Hello, everybody, and welcome back to the greatest live show of all time. That is right, everybody. Today we're doing another episode of, whatever the hell this is. That's right, it's the greatest live show of all time. It's been a few days since the last time I did a stream, The last time I streamed, I was going for, what would it have been? 16 hours or just something like that in total. I streamed for about 16 hours. I've been gone for a few days. I wasn't intending on being gone for a few days, but, I got some rest, I got some college assignments done, and, I think, I'm gonna do the 24-hour stream, not today, alright, not today, but it is 17.2? Well, regardless of how long it was, in about 2 days, alright, on the 26th of June, 2025. All right, that's when we're going to do the 24-hour live. This is not the 24-hour live. The 24-hour live is coming up very soon. Don't you worry. This is going to be a bit of a shorter live, though, in all honesty. But yeah, the 24-hour live, going to be very soon. With that being said, hello, Tipster, saying Happy Pride Month, Gayos. Hell yeah. Oh, wait, I didn't say hello to everybody. How could I forget? God, I'm so washed. With that being said, hello, Fixie Pixie, and congratulations on being the first person in chat. And yeah, happy Pride Month to everybody. Hello, Jade. Hello, Phoenix. Hello, your fave depressing bean. Hello, Ivion. Hello, Michael Roger St. Dennis. Hello, Mommy Ramiru. Hello, Florida Man. Hello again, Jade. Second chat. Oh no. Oh. Uh-oh, what was that? I saw the spinny screen. I love when my stuff lags. Okay, anyways, sorry, where were we? Hello, Florida Man. Hello, Corbin E. Hello, Mr. Boredom. Hello, Lexi. Today's been really shitty. Glad you're streaming. Hell yeah. I'm sorry that your day has been bad. And, I'm glad that my stream can at least help mitigate that to some extent. Hello, Nix. Saying, Femi, I changed my name. Well, congratulations. Hello, Owen. Hello, Anti-Smiley. Hello, Tipster. I guess I'm going down the list. I might have repeated a name or two, but that's okay. That means some of you get more attention. Hello, Spoinge Hems. Hope you're doing well. Thor's hammer still attached. Oh my god, that meme again. Let's go. OMG, I love the pink choker girl. Thank you, Jade. I appreciate that. Hello, Batal Crafter. Good to see you again. It's Quimover. What does that mean? The Throbber? Oh god, I hate that that's the technical terminology for the loading screen. Hello, Andrew Garton. So glad you got some rest. Yeah, I got some rest. I got some assignments done. Hello, All Saints Day 17 saying, did Olive pay her money? You better believe she didn't. Not paying, what was it that she owes me because she lost the bet, $1,000. The one that I was 100% certain that I would win. That's why I made that bet. And, unsurprisingly, I've yet to receive that money. It's just, very interesting, very interesting. It's almost like she was, full of shit. I changed my name to Apollo. Well, hello, Apollo. Hello, Anon 420 Serial. Hello, A Gaming 50. Hello, Daniel saying, what the hell? Good question. Mom Donnie is winning. Let's go. Wait, he's like the Democratic Socialist from New York. Yes, the Socialist is winning. Yeah, you're aware of that too. Yes, dude, I saw that. It's, what is it? It's Mom Donnie versus Quo something. I don't know. I haven't been paying too much attention. All right. But dude, all I'm going to say is, I hope that there are more worker cooperatives, to say the very least, in New York. What can I say? Oliver's a dumbass. That is the understatement of the century. Anyways, let's see. My mom said that nobody should be trans, and that's how I broke the news to her that I'm one of them. That's an interesting way of coming out. Wouldn't be my recommended methodology, but, of course I know, Silly Goose. Yeah, that's fair. I guess that makes sense. I haven't been keeping up with politics as much. I've been, mainly focusing on, college stuff, schizo posting, and, I sort of vaguely keep up with, politics, right? It's not like I'm completely living under a rock, right? Yeah, I find it very interesting how it's like, okay, so Israel goes out of its way to attack Iran, okay? So what do we, the very reasonable nation, the United States of America, do in response? Well, of course we side with the aggressor, because you don't understand. What if Iran has nukes? Don't you know? What if they have nukes? Oh no, so scary. Also, thank you, Baked Spider, for the $1, you beautiful fucking bastard. And it's like, well, first of all, why would it make logical sense for us to have this weird double standard where it's like, okay, so it's fine if a country like the US or fucking Israel would have nukes. But if it's one of the countries that we don't like, now suddenly it's a problem. You're not allowed to have, I don't know, the same technology that we do and have had for, like, more than, like, I don't know, half a fucking century at this point. Are you not scared of Iranian nukes? No. I'm sorry, but no, I'm not. I'm going to be so real. No, I don't think Iran is going to nuke us. Well, like, what do you think countries do? How do you think they operate? Like, do you think, it's because it's because they're Middle Eastern, they're Arab, they're Muslim, and that must mean that they want to blow stuff up. Is that the reason why? Is that the reason why? I don't think that that's what's going to happen. Our allies. It has nothing to do with whether or not, I don't know, a country is like an ally with us, right? That doesn't determine whether or not they ought to have nukes or whatever. I think that's stupid. Like, yeah, sure, you could make the argument that, like, okay, it's like in the best interest that, like, us and our allies are the ones with nukes and nobody else, right? That doesn't necessarily mean that it's, like, wrong if other countries have them, right? Like, what is Iran gonna do that we wouldn't? Like, I'm gonna be so real. Like, I think it's like a dumb way of fear-mongering, right? People do the same stuff with China. Oh no, China's gonna attack the US, and it's like, their evidence is that they're, you know, building up their military, you know, the same exact thing that we've been doing consistently for years. But, like, okay, sure. All right. I don't know. It's like people hold a double standard where it's like people will see a different country that's not allies with the US doing something that the US has been doing for like 50 to 100 years. And they're like, oh my God, they're preparing for war. And it's like, they don't apply the same standard to the US because obviously it's fucking stupid. Did you like my fan art? Hell yeah, Phoenix. I saw that. Agreed, but my mom was worrying. Well, people worry over dumb shit all the time. Look, I'm sorry, but Iran's not going to nuke us, okay? Like, I don't think that people... Look, you don't have to be an expert in geopolitics to understand that I don't know, Iran isn't just going to randomly nuke the US. Are you a lib or a commie? Ah, yes, the two genders. Anyways. Are you from the USA? You better believe I am. Hello, Dropwalker Airsoft. But yeah, no, I think that the whole fear-mongering is dumb. It's like, I'm sorry, but like, Israel is the aggressor, and then for some reason, we're expected to side against Iran that did what? Like, vaguely, potentially defend themselves, maybe? Like, okay. So, like, self-defense is good, but only when, like, we do it, and also we're allowed to be the aggressors, but people aren't allowed to defend themselves from that. Also, thank you, Lucy D. Venus, for the $5, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying, no, you don't understand. Bombing Iran is preventing war because they shouldn't have nukes. How else do you get peace? Talking it out? Nah. Exactly. You know, the best way of preventing war is to immediately become the aggressor, of course. Yeah, it's like, okay, so they threaten our closest ally. Yeah, all right. Great stuff. It's like, how do I, like, I'm going to be so honest, all right? I'm obviously, yeah, I'm pretty far left. I'm anti-Nazi. But, like, don't you think that, like, constantly defending Israel, being completely bought out, like, isn't that, like, I don't know, going to spread anti-Semitism. Don't you think that might be a consequence of that? Because then they could just point to that and be like, well, that gives our arguments credence. Like, yeah, you are fucking bought out by Israel. What gives? Right? Now they can extrapolate that to conclusions that are false, right? But I mean, optically speaking, that there's no justification on either end of the aisle. You know what I mean? Anyways. Let's see. Wait, how are you zooming into the camera like that? By pressing a button. Yeah. It's pretty epic. Bro, shut up. Incredible counter-argument. Look, I don't know. I didn't join the stream to yap about politics the entire time. All right? Well, maybe we end up doing that. I don't know. That wasn't the intent, but it's possible. It's possible. Femi, I think I can't move my neck. Well, that's not good news. That is bad news. Israel blackmails American politicians. That's not true. It's not blackmail, right? It's literally just lobbying money, right? That's how politics works, right? Now, most politicians are going to be bought out, right? Whether it be by big corporations or big donors, whoever it may be, right? People that donate in their own self-best interest, essentially, right? And that money goes towards people's campaigns and whatnot, right? You'll never be a man, Femi. This is true. The fan art I made you took 15 hours. Damn. That's a long ass time. Thank you very much. But yeah, let's see. My neck made an icky noise and I don't think I can move it. Okay, that's scary. If it's like, if there's a serious problem with your neck, you might want to go see a doctor or something. You're a chill ass trans. Wish there were more of them like you. There are. You just haven't seen them yet. You know, like I always find messages like that to be interesting. Because like I probably am like the first or one of the first instances of like, I don't know, like them seeing like an openly trans person that they sort of fuck with. Like it's like sort of like I'm a vibe. You know what I mean? And it's like I wonder like, okay, is there like a confirmation bias potential? Because there are like a lot of like annoying trans people, but that goes for any group of people, right? And it makes me wonder like, okay, does this have to do with like the way that trans people are portrayed? Because most of us are just like normal people, except for trans. You know what I mean? I don't know. That's how I view it. But it's like Fox News isn't going to create like a headline about regular trans person exists. Oh my God, shocking. I can't believe they exist. How disgusting, right? Rather, they're going to find like, oh my God, look at this crazy blue-haired feminist who's super angry and uses Z's pronouns. And, you know, they're one of them crazy transgenders. You know, that's the shit that makes headlines, right? That's the shit that people talk about. And I always find that fascinating. You know what I mean? I'm trans, but I get called transphobic when I don't fully agree with someone. In fact, I've been called a fascist and a Nazi. Oh, and a bigot. Yeah, I don't know. I assume like maybe you're like more on like the trans med side of things. Look, I disagree with transmedicalism, but I wouldn't say like you're a fucking Nazi over it or whatever. If that's what you're trying to get at. Right? Now, I would make arguments like against transmedicalism, right? Just on the basis of like the like if we're making a sex gender distinction, right? A self-ID position is more internally consistent if nothing else. Right? And true things generally don't have contradictions. Yo, thank you, Lucy D. Venus, for the 2 saying, I want to tie you up and tickle your feet. That's a crazy message. The media and big corporations ruin the image of trans. Well, yeah, and that's going to be conservative media, right? That's going to be like the fault of conservatives, right? I always find it annoying when people are like, ah, well, you see, it's actually trans people's fault. It's like, no, they're even if 99.99% of trans people were all on their best behavior or whatever and like super optics cocked, right? There's always going to be like one insane person in any community. And guess which person is going to be focused on by people that are anti-trans. Obviously, it's going to be like the one person that's easy to dunk on, right? So to that, I just say, fuck optics. I'm just going to not worry about that. Say whatever I want. And I mean, it works. It works. Right? Hi, how long did it take for you to grow your hair out? Like 2.5 years, I think. I used to watch Michael Nelson. Thanks for exposing his delusions. Yeah, he's very strange. He's a very strange man. Look, I believe that like the whole like AGP thing is like pseudoscientific bullshit. But like, if anybody is AGP, if anyone's an autogynephile, all right, it's certainly Michael Nelson, all right? They're doing what they did to the Jews, not the extremist stuff. By this, I mean putting all the blame on us because we're an easy scapegoat. No, literally. And I've been saying this for ages, right? Because it allows them to avoid talking about the real issues, right? Like, okay, like if you're a Republican politician, like what do you do on intending, like what do you intend on doing in order to, I don't know, improve the lives of like the average person? Like, I don't know, cut taxes for the wealthy and redistribute wealth from the poor to the rich. Okay, well it's not generally a very popular position, right? So rather than having people vote on, economic positions like that, right? They ignore that. They're like, oh my God, the illegal aliens are going to take over the country and steal your jobs, right? And the evil woke transgenders are destroying our country, right? Because rather than making a rational argument for anything, it's trans, but unironically agree with a lot of Trump takes. Like, what specifically? I think that most Trump takes are pretty dog shit. Politics are fake? True. They're a figment of your imagination. Do you think people would engage if you weren't trans? Yes. I do think so. Saw pre-transition you and not you changed and look so much better now. Hell yeah. Thoughts on universal basic income? I think that would be a very good start. But yeah. Let's see. Thinks being trans is wrong, but dresses femme, not hating. Can do what he wants, but it's hypocritical. Yeah, well, yes and no. If we're talking about Michael Nelson specifically, I think that if it's the case that like somebody like is like anti-trans or they believe that sex and gender are the same thing, but like they also like dress more femininely, that doesn't entail a contradiction in of itself. But like his reasoning against trans people certainly does contradict his existence, right? Like, it doesn't have a particularly good reason. Like, it's all vibes based. It's like, well, you give off the worst vibes. The war tariffs, I don't agree taking LGBTQ plus rights away completely, but balancing them where they're equal to everyone else. What do you mean by balancing them? Like, what specific rights did queer people have that, like, weren't justifiable before Trump was in office? Right? I don't know. And obviously, like, I'm glad that you agree that the tariffs are stupid. That, siding with Israel over Iran explicitly is stupid. It's like, what's the fucking point? Israel was the aggressor. Why are we enabling that? Oh, wait, there's not a logical reason to. Oh, shit. God damn it. If you're trans, does your sexuality change? Nah, not really. Right? I liked women predominantly before and after transition. But I also like men. But I've always also liked men. I think Trump is a closeted bisexual man. I don't know. Maybe he is. But what are your pronouns? She, they. But yeah, I'm just... Look, the fact of the matter is, like, I don't know, like one of the things that I'm fundamentally opposed to, like, in terms of, like, I don't know, if we're talking about LGBTQ plus rights, is, like, I don't know, taking away gender-affirming care for trans kids. It's like, no, actually, I shouldn't be forced to go through the wrong puberty and look like Michael Nelson or Sabrina TW when I'm older. Like, no, I'd actually rather not be a fridge brick Giga Hun man motor. Like, no thanks. I I'd rather look, I don't know, not in a way that makes me dysphoric. You know what I mean? I'd rather not have dysphoria. I know, crazy. Right? If we actually look at all of the peer-reviewed data, like, it seems to support my claim consistently. I want to wrestle you right now. I see. I would totally win. Thoughts on trans people in sports? People always bring that up. And I always have two things that I say, or maybe three things, right? One, I don't give a shit about sports, all right? And let's be real. For all intents and purposes, you don't either, okay? You don't fucking watch women's sports, right? Nobody watching this right now watches women's sports, okay? You don't give a fuck, all right? I know you don't give a shit, right? However, if I'm going to address it regardless of that fact, I think it's a non-issue, all right? Now, I believe that there are two acceptable positions that you can hold, okay? The only logically consistent positions, right? If we're talking about fairness, either A, it's the case that you hold the position that, like, yeah, trans women should be able to participate in women's sports, right? After they've been on HRT for 2 years, right? It seems to be the case that would mitigate any sort of, like, serious sort of, like, biological advantage, right? Where it's, like, if they participate after that amount of time on estrogen, right? They're not going to have such an advantage that it will fundamentally alter the integrity of the sport, right? I mean, trans women have been able to participate in the Olympics for, like, over 2 decades, right? Like, there was like a over 2-decade window of time for that, right? You don't see a disproportionate amount of them stealing all the gold medals, right? If anything, they're statistically underrepresented. It should be 1% of them getting gold medals. It's less than that, significantly, right? The other position that you could hold, okay? And I'd also be fine with somebody holding this position, right? But you have to be internally consistent. Is that anyone who's gone through male puberty can't participate in women's sports. However, that would not just apply to trans women that have gone through male puberty. That would also apply to cis women that are detransitioners that were on testosterone, right? So they were female to male and then they detransitioned. You would also have to concede that they're also not allowed to participate in women's sports because they would have that same advantage. Additionally, if there's a trans woman who never went through male puberty and just went on puberty blockers as soon as they hit puberty, right? And then went on HRT, right? They're not going to have that advantage, so there's no reason to bar them, right? So if we're speaking strictly on the basis of fairness. But as long as you're internally consistent, then fine, whatever. Let's see. Let's see. Do you think trans women can fight in combat sports? Look, I gave like the two positions that I think are fine, right? And the reason that I don't like specifically like or strictly adhere to one or the other, right, is because those are the two possible case scenarios. I'm not sure what exactly the extent to which you would have an advantage as a result of like having gone through male puberty would be on average, right? So, and that's something I would want to have judged on a case-by-case basis. For something like, I don't know, women's chess, there's no reason, regardless of whether or not they've gone through male puberty, or like esports, there's no reason to bar trans women from that, right? But again, it would have to be on the basis of like, have you gone through male puberty? If so, we would also have to bar women that are detransitioners, right? So like cis women that consider themselves to be FTM, went on testosterone for 5 years, right? That also have to be barred, right? Just be logically consistent. It's like not that difficult. Anyways. Femi, Trump is trying to bring back asbestos. The shit from, oh my God. Wait, actually, is this real? That sounds like a joke. I can't read. Dude, me when I'm illiterate. Do you have any hot takes about trans people? I mean, I kind of feel like I've expressed all my takes, right? I mean, I don't know. Depends on your definition of a hot take. I think that all of my takes are very defensible, easy to defend. They're logically consistent, irrefutable, if you will. Yeah, I don't know. I guess it depends on your definition of hot take. Do you like Blair White? No, I do not. I fucking despise Blair White. Not only is she a conservative pick-me freak, but additionally, she has lied about her political compass test results. And how do I know this? Well, because in a video in which she did the political compass test, she went as far as to and you could see in there was a Google Chrome tab when you saw the results, a Google Chrome tab on her screen that said libertarian right. I think it was, yeah, like libertarian center right political compass test. Additionally, if you typed in the exact URL at the top of her screen when it showed the results, you would get different results because it's actually the URL that determines the results, right? So she faked her political compass test results because she doesn't actually believe anything. Yo, thank you, Beppa, for the $2, you beautiful fucking bastard. Saying happy Melanin Tuesdays. Femyoz is my black queen. Dude, feminine, that's, okay, I'm very literate. But, stop, you're so pretty. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. Let's see. Blair is the best. You suck. All right, well, have fun supporting somebody that provably lied about their political compass test results, I guess. You can literally look this up. Just look up Blair White lies about political compass test results. It's on the internet. The internet is a forever place. It's there. I've covered it before. I'm not going to cover it every time she comes up. Additionally, she also looks like transgender Michael Jackson. You know, considering how botched her face is and how much unnecessary plastic surgery she's gotten, right? You know, rich people problem, really. You know, it looks like her nose is about to fall off at any point. I don't even understand the appeal at all. Like, physically, she looks like transgender Michael Jackson, right? She can barely move her fucking face when she's talking at this point because she's had 5 trillion different plastic surgeries. I don't even know how, you know, I don't even know how it's possible to, you know, botch your face that bad, but, you know, alas, she's done that. But, she has dog shit takes. She's not funny. She's not particularly intelligent. She's dishonest. She's bad at being dishonest. You know, she's bad at it. She's not even good at her job. And she's like an insufferable pick-me. Her face surgery will fall off over time. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, but like, there's like something that I absolutely despise about like the fucking uncanny, I've had $5 trillion worth of various different plastic surgeries look. Like, it doesn't look normal. I'm sorry. But I'm sorry, like, just don't do that. I think that like a light plastic surgery is fine. Right? But like, you should still be able to move your face and stuff. You know? Let's see. At least Blair passes as a female. Yeah, she looks like transgender Michael Jackson. That's, wow, what an accomplishment. Also, I'm pretty sure that me currently, I'm 2 years into my transition. I'm pretty sure me currently, I passed better than she did 2 years into her transition. But I digress. Anyways, if you haven't smashed like already, make sure to, double tap your screen to smash like to boost me in the algorithm. Free, easy, no logical reason not to do it. Yo, thank you, Vile Carton, for the $3, you beautiful fucking bastard. Thank you for helping me realize I needed to start HRT after seeing your streams pop up in shorts. Blood Trail. Well, thank you very much. Very, very epic. Very awesome. It's digest, not digress, huh? You looking cute today? Thank you, Lego Star Wars is the best, and I agree with your name, especially if you're referring to Lego Star Wars: The Complete Saga, the greatest, you know, one of the greatest games of all time. It's up there with Minecraft. Anyways. Fem, are you debating anyone today? Nah, probably not. I'm not in the mood to debate. I don't know, maybe I'll do some debates during the 24-hour stream. We'll see, we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. Hello, Earth Ashley. It's very good to see you again. Very good to see you again. Let's see. Olive Oil Run says she's gonna be... She says a lot of unhinged things. Are you in the mood for ASMR? Nah. Let's see here. Can you grab the camera for a Lamar Jackson's edit? I don't know what the fuck that means. I'm gonna be so honest. Do you game? Indie horrors are my absolute favorite. No, but what I do instead is I double tap the smash like. Chat, holy shit, we're currently streaming in front of 867 of our closest friends and family, but we only have 73 likes. Chat, could we fix that? I mean, we could at least get 500 likes, you know, we could at least get 800 likes if everyone double tapped. You know, imagine it goes from 74 to 867. I'm just saying. Double tap to make it happen. We could at least get 100 likes. I mean, come on. We're very close. We're 12 likes away. And it boosts me in the algorithm, makes me happy, puts a smile on my face. But I gotta shill myself more like that. You know? Also, thank you for 100 likes, everybody. Very awesome. Keep double tapping, of course. It boosts me in the algorithm. And yeah, we want to get recommended to more people, of course. Do the man voice? What man voice? I don't know what you're talking about. Let's see. Andrew says, hey, yo, what in the groomed by the Jews is on my screen? So true. I was groomed by the Jews. The Jewish cabal made me gay and transgender. No. Oh. That's very sad. Oh no, what am I gonna do? Oh no, I hate when that happens. Don't you just hate when the Jews groom me into being trans? Oh no, that's so sad. Were you a femboy before transitioning? You better believe I was. Hell yeah. Let's see. What are your pronouns? She, there. Do you support Therians? Hell yeah, I do. Therians are pretty based. Anyways. You look Jewish? Dude, wait, hold on. Am I Jewish or am I an Aryan groomed by the Jews? Which one is it, okay? You guys gotta make up your mind. Alright? Let's see here. Do you work in it is a hell of a comment. Work in what specifically? I'm Jewish by proxy. Alright, whatever the hell that means. Sure. I'm Jewish, I groomed you. Yo! How could you do that? That's so messed up. I can't believe you. How dare you groom me into being trans? Let's see. Yeah, if it's my front profile, I'm Aryan. If it's my side profile, I'm Jewish. I'm either Jewish or Aryan, depending on what's more convenient in the moment. You know, it's pretty awesome how that works. Stop zooming in. It's not funny. All right, I'll be sure to stop. All right, I won't do it ever again. You know, because I wouldn't want to upset you. You're so pretty. Hell yeah. Why? Thank you. Let's see. Do you support furries? Yeah, furries are pretty cool. Furries are pretty cool. Never had an issue with furries. The transphobia here is wild. Hey, I'm used to it at this point. I mean, if they want to boost me in the algorithm by, talking shit, I mean, fair enough, I guess. You know, I get more money as a result. Isn't that so epic? North Korea has entered the chat. No way! Is that the real Kim Jong-un himself? Oh my god, I'm your biggest fan. Can I have a free subscription to your OnlyFans, Mr. Kim Jong-un? Do an XQC impression, please. You mean like, oh my god, guys, that is crazy! Oh my god! Chat, are you seeing this? Oh my god, that is insane! Oh my god, are you seeing this, chat? That is insane! Oh my god, are you seeing this, chat? Chat! Dude, chat, oh my god, no way, this is not actually happening! That is crazy! That is crazy! You mean like that? Anyways. Not the worst looking one? Well, I would certainly hope not. You know, there's definitely some... You know, to be the worst looking of anything, unless you get really specific, like the worst looking model. Well, no, the worst looking... Actually, no, who is the worst looking model? I actually have no idea. Never mind. Look, I don't know. You're a smartass and I love it. Let's fucking go! You suck so bad at being a man? That's true. That you have to fake being a woman. I don't have to fake anything. Why are you so cute? I don't know, but thank you. You are the worst looking model, but I'm not a model. That doesn't apply to me. If I was, then maybe I would be. Worst looking model, olive oil. She doesn't count, okay? She's not a model. Does she count as one? I know she calls herself one. But like, just because somebody calls themselves a model doesn't make them one, right? If Nicholas Diorio calls himself a model, is he a model? I mean, he'd be better looking than Olive Oil Run. Femyoz, am I HSTS or AGP? I bet you're probably AGP. That's right. Anyways. Bro, why would you want to change your gender? What do you mean? I'm consistently a woman. Don't you worry. All right? I started out as a woman and I'm still a woman. All right? What makes you a woman? Identifying within the feminine social archetype. Let's see here. And being an adult, I guess. Let's see. Am I HTTPS or HTML or AGI? You know, that's the real question that we should be asking. Let's see here. That don't make you a womawan? Womawan? What the fuck is a womawan? This is the first time. Femyoz, you don't understand. Your definition don't make you a womawan. Hey, thank you so much, Patel Crafter, for the $20. You beautiful fucking bastard. Saying, everyone, remember to like and subscribe. I couldn't possibly agree more. Thank you very much, Patel Crafter. 07's in chat. Double tap to smash like to boost me in the algorithm. Okay, come on. Patel Crafter donated $20 of her hard-earned money to spread the message. All right? Double tap to smash like, subscribe. All right? You know, it's the least you can do. It's free, easy, no logical reason not to do it. Makes me do better in the algorithm. I'm just saying. You know, I bet we could get to 200 likes, all right? Chat, can we get to 200 likes before we get to the 40-minute mark? I think we can, all right? We're at 142 likes. We could easily, if everyone watching double taps right now, including you. That's right. Or like, even if the majority, even if half of you. What is your goal on YouTube? Well, ideally, being able to do this full time, but like, realistically, that doesn't necessitate that actually happening. You know, the reality of the matter is this is very, very unpredictable. When did you start to transition? I guess I started HRT a little over 2 years ago. So, 2 years ago. Kai had face surgery. Do I look like tranny Michael Jackson? No, because you had a reasonable amount, right? There's a difference between having plastic surgery, right? Versus having so much plastic surgery to the point where you look like you're made out of plastic. The lashes are lashing. Why, thank you. Why, thank you. You are alive. I sure am, Limer. It's very good to see you again. What is a woman? Somebody who identifies within the feminine social archetype. Have you ever heard the tragedy of Darth Plagueis the Wise? You better believe I have. All right? It's no story the Jedi would tell you. It's actually a Sith legend. You know, he was so wise that he could even prevent the ones that he cared about from dying, okay? And he had such a knowledge of the Force. Okay, anyways. Do you think she looks like Michael Jackson? Who, Blair White? Yes, Blair White looks like transgender Michael Jackson. Yes, that was what I had said. That's my position. Because she objectively does. This is a demonic channel and a demonic chat. True! Can we get some W Satan in chat? That's right. Yo, thank you, Tubian, for the $2. You beautiful fucking bastard saying, they're not wrong. You aren't a womowan. True. Very true. You know, you've got that right. Yes, W Satan indeed. You are a trans woman, not a woman? Well, that's a contradiction because a trans woman would just be a type of woman, right? We're talking about a social category. How's your transition going? Pretty well. Pretty well. Kai is our little subby succubus. I'm not subby. I'm very dominant, actually. Anyways, who the fuck cares? Let them do them. You know, that would make too much logical sense for the average transphobe. RFC gang. Yo. We got an Augie RFC chatter. Let's go. Dude. Are you here to debate me? Are you here to steal my position? I'm the one that's here to debate you. Dude, I fucking forgot it. Dude, every time I hear about Augie RFC, I just think of that meme. That shit was funny as fuck. Dude, it wasn't even intended to be, like, funny, right? Like, I wasn't even trying to be funny. I was just a spurg. But then people made memes about it. I'm like, okay, that's pretty funny. Dude, I'm never gonna hear the end of it, okay? I will always be known for the I am Femyoz. I am here to debate you meme. Augie was in Tipster's chat a day ago or so. I told him to debate you again. Let's fucking go. Dude, we need the rematch of the century. He never responded, lol. No! Dude, he's scared. He's terrified. He's terrified of the rematch of the century. Are you FTM or MTF? I'm MTF. Anyways. Are you a gamer? You're very gamer-coded. Well, sometimes I'm a gamer. Sometimes I play Minecraft. Debate Augie on transgenderism. You know, that's what I tried doing. He really didn't want to have a serious debate with me. It was very sad. Very sad. Gender is a social construct. True. That it is. A woman is where you can reproduce and get a period. Ah, so infertile women aren't women. Dude, if you're a woman but you've gone through menopause, congratulations, you're no longer a real woman. Now you have upgraded to man. All right, you have entered manhood as soon as you hit menopause. Anyways. You're based? Hell yeah. I'll debate your bitch, ah. Yeah, but like, who the fuck are you? Like, I'm sorry, but like, maybe I'm in the position of Augie now where it's like, no, I actually don't want to debate Glup-Shitto, all right? You gotta have at least some amount of clout. You know, if I'm gonna randomly debate somebody on the spot, you know, when I'm not in a debate mode. But, you know, let's see. Why do people do this? Do what specifically? You gotta be a little bit more specific. Real women have marshmallow wands? Oh, God. That is one of the most horrific Lily Tino references. Ever heard of being psychotic? Yes. That's what people tell me I am. But the voices inside of my head tell me that I'm perfectly normal. And the voices inside of my head would never lie to me. So I think I'm fine. Eating peas in the bathtub. Now that's a certified hood classic right there. Perhaps we gotta make a sequel. Do you have a Pinterest? No. Let's see here. So we're schizophrenic? We sure are, alright? This is a schizophrenic YouTube channel, alright? That's right. So this is a made-up modern word? I hate to break it to you, but every word is made up. Alright? There is no such thing as a word in the English language that isn't made up. Alright? Give me a single non-made-up word, please. Who saw that shit? A woman is reproduced? Question mark, WTF. Yeah, I don't know. I see shit like that all the time, and it's like, so it's someone who could reproduce and has a period. So, like, once you hit menopause, you magically enter manhood. Congratulations. You looking mad cute, though, not gonna lie. Why, thank you, Skyline GTR. I appreciate the honesty. You are so beautiful. Why, thank you. Would you fight for this country? No. Why would I? Anyways. You don't let the cringe lords in here. I mean, I'm gonna be real, they kind of do boost me in the algorithm. But, what the hell is going on in YouTube? I don't know. You tell me. Someone with XX chromosomes. So if somebody has XY chromosomes, but they have some sort of androgen insensitivity, or they have Swyer syndrome, meaning that they are a biological female. They're assigned, like their sex observed at birth is female. They have all of the female reproductive organs. They naturally produce estrogen. You would say that they're a man because of their chromosomes? Like, should they be forced to, like, go on testosterone and transition into a guy because chromosomes is, like, the ultimate determining factor as to what your gender has to be? It's like you have to use he, him for them, right? Or is it actually the case that, no, we actually don't use genotypic sex as the ultimate deciding factor as to whether or not somebody fits into a certain social category, because that's fucking ridiculous. Yes, that's exactly what I believe. Well, there you go. Very good, very good. Gender dysphoria is the stress a person experiences due to an inconsistency in their gender identity, the person's sense of their gender, and their sex assigned at birth. Yeah, I guess the word that I would use would be like an incongruency, right? You can't change genders. Well, yeah, I mean, being trans isn't a choice. So, yeah, I can't become a man. So you're technically not wrong. Let's see. WTF? I just got jump scared by Duolingo. Well, my condolences. I'm very sorry to hear that. Intersex XY women can't even be affected by T. It's literally why they usually end up hyper feminine. Yeah, that sounds about right. You will never be a man. This is true. Thoughts on gender reassignment surgery for the people below the age of 18? Yeah, I don't think that there's a reason for like minors to get surgery specifically, right? It doesn't become harder to get surgery when you're older. If anything, like the technology there is going to improve. However, when it comes to things like HRT, right, or versus natural puberty, right, like I can't reverse the effects that like going through like a testosterone-based puberty had on my body, right? Like my body naturally produces testosterone, right? I can't reverse those changes, right? There's nothing I can do, right? So that's why I'm in favor of things like puberty blockers at HRT for people below the age of 18 if they need it, right? But I'm not in favor of something like bottom surgery, right? Girl, I'm having such trouble coming out. How did you do it? Honestly, I think I came out on YouTube and then I came out in person. I like slowly realized shit on YouTube. And it's like, because I sort of say everything I think, people were able to follow along my thought process and like people were supported. Now keep in mind, like I had a much smaller audience back then. So it would have been easier back then. Let's see here. Just like don't come out. Yeah, dude, just stay in the closet indefinitely. Oh, such incredible advice. What did I just scroll to? I was watching TF2 clips and then I get this. I mean, it makes sense, but how? The YouTube algorithm works in some very mysterious ways. But one of the things that's less mysterious is that the more likes a stream gets, the more engagement it gets, the better it does in the algorithm. So make sure to double tap your screen to smash like if you haven't already, all right? We're getting very close to 200 likes. We could easily get, we have over 200 people watching, so we could easily get over 200 likes. I mean, come on. Just double tap. That's right, you. Yes, so you haven't double tapped yet. I mean, come on. It's free, easy, no logical reason not to. I'm just saying. Do you support furries? Hell yeah. How old are you? I'm 21 years old. How old did you think I was? Do you agree with Kant's critique of pure reason? I'm not too familiar with his critique of pure reason specifically, but I do disagree with Kant on a lot of things. I disagree with Kantian ethics. I'm a utilitarian, so like generally it's gonna be the case that like as like a consequentialist, I'm gonna be very anti-Kant, right? Like he unironically believes that like if, say for instance, it is World War II, all right, and you're in Germany, and there are Jewish people hiding in your attic, Kant believes that if a Nazi police officer knocks on your front door and you open it and then they ask you if there's Jewish people in your attic, he thinks that the morally correct thing to do would be to tell them, yes, there are, and to allow the Jewish people to get fucking killed and go to the concentration camps because lying is bad no matter what. And that's why his deontological framework is fucking stupid. This is why utilitarianism is superior. Though to be fair, not all deontologists are going to be Kantian in nature. Your hair is so healthy. Share your secrets for real. Just use shampoo and conditioner every other day and then put volumizing mousse in it and then like maybe a tiny bit of hair gel. So it's like not like completely like messed up. And then, yeah. Bros saying big words to try to sound smart. No, I was just responding to the chat message about ethical reasoning. That's like, those are normal words to use when talking about ethics. Like, when you have an ethical discussion, you might use words like utilitarianism or deontology. Those are like basic words if we're talking about ethics, right? And somebody was asking me about Kant. That's like a very normal way to respond. Like, what do you want me to do? Like, not use terms that are commonly used in ethics when talking about my ethical worldview? Look up critique of pure reason. It's not ethics. Okay, yeah, I'm not familiar with what Kant has done beyond his like ethics. Critique of pure reason. Let's see here. Oh, it's a whole ass book. I'm not reading all that. The Critique of Pure Reason is a book by the German philosopher Immanuel Kant, in which the author seeks to determine the limits and scopes of metaphysics. Okay, then that's why I don't know anything about it, because I haven't really sort of looked into anything to do with with metaphysics for the most part. So in the first half of the Critique of Pure Reason, Kant argues that we obtain substantive knowledge of the world through true capacities, sensibility, and understanding. Empirical judgments depend on both sensory experience and concept formation. Kant emphasizes the solidity of empirical knowledge gained this way. I mean, based on that description, I don't know if I would have any issues, but again, I'm not, like, too knowledgeable on that specific subject. So, yeah. Like, my main knowledge of Kant is, like, his ethical worldview, which I argue against. Yes, we're almost at 200 likes. Double tap. All right? We have 199. Oh, shit, we have 200 likes. Congratulations to whoever was the 200th. And, of course, keep double tapping to smash like. And thank you for 200 likes. But, yeah, chat. I want to talk about somebody that I found earlier today. All right? Is that somebody that, like, I think is, like, I don't think they're a bad person, but they're a little bit silly, okay? You know, she says some things that are, you know, a little bit diabolical. So I may as well, you know, share it, because why the hell not? But, I found this person called Cece's Fashion is My Passion, okay? And I was scrolling through YouTube Shorts, and here's what I scrolled on to, okay?
I'm telling you, most women that got something going on for themselves, they just ain't gonna screw you and not have no feelings.
Why is that the case? What if I just want to have sex? Because sex is fun. You know, that's an option. That's not exclusive to men.
That's just not how we do. That's not.
I mean, maybe that's not how you do.
How we do. And I'm gonna say this to you men.
All right, listen up, men.
And ladies, I want you all to listen to me as well.
And ladies, all right, non-binary people, you can sit this one out.
Thank you. Let me say this to you ladies.
All right. Wait, I thought you were saying it to men, but now you're saying it to ladies? Wait, who are? Wait, men, maybe you can sit this one out? I'm very confused.
Stop allowing a man to make you feel bad.
Oh, thank you for the incredible advice. If only I had known. You know, before I was allowing men to make me feel bad. You know, but now that you've told me to stop allowing them to do that, they're never making me feel bad ever again.
For you, catching feelings for him after you all have been intimate numerous.
I mean, it depends on the context. Like, if you establish that this is like a hookup, then, like, yeah, if you catch feelings, that's sort of on you.
Times. Because this is what men do to us. They punish us or try to punish us for us having feelings.
When is this happening? How often is this happening? Just communicate. Like, communication is a two-way street. If you're catching feelings, or you're worried about catching feelings, don't do hookups.
For them, after we have been intimate with them. Stop allowing a man to make you feel bad about how you feel. Because little do you all understand and know. And I'm going to break it down to you like this.
All right, let's go.
A woman receives you. A woman receives a man.
What the fuck does that mean? Why can't a man receive a woman? Is it not a two-way street?
A woman, I'm doing this. She receives you.
Thank you for the demonstration. I saw this, all right, a minute into scrolling by, and it was so diabolical that I had to show it.
Woman receives a man. A woman, I'm doing this. She receives you.
Thank you for the demonstration, kind lady. Very, very great. I'm sorry, it's so diabolical. I had to talk about this. All right, she had to do a live demonstration, okay? The woman receives the man. You know, in case you forgot what sex looks like. It's like when penetration. The woman receives the man. In case you catch the drift. And as a result of the woman receiving the man, it's like, okay. Thank you, very cool.
Okay? She receives you. No, I'm not.
Yeah, what if she pegs you?
Mary Walter. Okay? Steven, I don't know what the fuck you talking about.
This is diabolical.
I don't know what you talking about. But a woman receives you.
Thank you. Thank you for the demonstration. Read it. Receives, all right? I'll keep that in mind. The woman receives you. Unless she pegs you. Then it would be like... The man receives you. Instructions unclear. Dick is stuck in a car door. Help. Do it faster. You guys are, like, almost as diabolical as the video we're watching.
So what I'm saying is that we take you on.
Uh-huh.
So everything about you, you are depositing into us.
Deposit everything about you. You're depositing into us. Do you think that, like, everything about a man is their dick? Because that's the motion you're doing.
About you, you are depositing into us.
Dude, it's like the bank deposit, but with your dick and cum in her ass. All right? It's a deposit. It's like a bank deposit, but with cum instead of money. It's great. It's great. Great stuff. Everything about them is their dick, apparently. But, but apparently you're mad that, like, what, you're only getting hookups? Alright.
Okay, you're depositing it.
Like, if you want more than hookups, then maybe don't view sex as depositing everything, because, like, I don't know, a man and, like, their existence isn't contingent upon, I don't know, their dick. Like, that's not their entire personhood. Like, I'm sorry, this is fucking crazy.
We don't have anything to deposit into you.
Hello? Do you know what a strap-on is?
I'm not an expert. I'm telling you.
Wait, she's not an expert, really? I don't know. With those gestures, you know, explaining the man depositing into the woman. I don't know. That seems like something an expert would do, you know, given the demonstration.
The way that it is. You don't have to like what I say. You don't have to agree with me. You, in fact, can get the fuck on.
Oh, all right. Dude, we should get the fuck on then.
I'm talking to the people who are here to listen to what I'm saying.
Right, we're here to listen, chat. All right, listen up, everybody.
A woman receives a man. And because...
Dude, you forgot to do the hand motion, all right? It's like this. The woman receives the man, all right? All right, you forgot to do the hand motion.
We receive you and everything that comes with you.
Everything that comes with a man is their dick and balls? Is that your argument? So you're saying you receive everything while you have sex? Like, make it make sense.
We develop into you.
Yeah, it's the classic. I have no idea what I'm talking about. But, hi, scrolling by, I want to say you're very pretty. Have a good night. Thank you, loyal peep. I appreciate that.
And so...
What the fuck happened to lesbians? Shut up. That's inconvenient for our argument. Ignore that, all right? All right? The only type of sex that exists is straight missionary sex in the design of God. Yeah.
Then we start to care for you.
What if I don't want to make a deposit and maybe I want to make a withdrawal? Well, that would just be pulling out, right? Like, if you withdraw, that's like the pull-out method? Yeah.
We start to like you. We start to fall in love with you. It is not that we want to. It is not something that we plan to do.
Then don't do hookups if that's an issue for you.
But you cannot continue to enter into a woman's body.
Dude, she keeps doing the demonstration.
You cannot continue to enter into...
Dude, she's using 2 fingers for the dick this time instead of 1.
A woman's body.
Dude, in case you didn't know what it looks like when the dick enters the vagina, here you go. For anybody that isn't privy to that knowledge. You know, in case you were confused about it.
You cannot continue to enter into a woman's body.
Oh my god, dude, she's still doing it! She's still doing it! Hello, I'm Rockhug Boggemeyer. Good to see you again. Saying hello, hope you are well. I just got here. Is she doing sex lessons in her car? Kinda.
And think that there is not going to be something out of that develops. So, ladies, when men say to you, see, you caught feelings. If you hadn't caught feelings, you're not trying.
Who the fuck is Phyllis? Is she a homophobe? No, I don't have anything against her. I just think that the stream is diabolical. Right? Sometimes I might just cover somebody if they're just a little bit diabolical, okay? It's nothing against her.
Or planning
She just says it's kind of insane shit.
to catch feelings.
I mean this in a nice way, but you don't look like a trans woman. Well, thank you, I suppose.
You
Yes, lesbians and gays don't exist anymore. Exactly.
catch feelings because what has been deposited into your body.
So what you're saying is that if you're a bottom, that's how you catch feelings. Tops, they don't catch feelings. So what you're telling me, right, is whoever's depositing doesn't catch the feelings. So does that mean that you're, maybe perhaps the way to fix that would be to peg your man? I'm just saying. You found some gold. Hell yeah, I did.
You are receiving that man into your sacred place,
Into your sacred place. Dog. Fucking sacred place.
womb.
Wait, did she just say womb?
That man into your sacred place, into the womb.
I'm sorry, what? His dick is going into your womb? Dude, how fucking hung is this dude? Like, holy shit. Like, she is going on some crazy hookups. That dude must be hung as shit. Bro has a 27-inch coarse cock. Like, Jesus Christ. Holy fuck. That is diabolical.
Okay? So, you should not feel
Yeah, no, she was just like, she saw hentai and she's like, yeah, that looks about right. You know? That's
guilty when a man says to you, see if you just had not caught feelings for me. See if you just had not. Don't let a man set you up to feel bad about how you feel. Because it's not what you're planning on doing. See, a man who has never been penetrated
okay.
cannot understand why we feel and why we think.
Okay, well then you should just be in favor of pegging men. There you go. It's a pro-pegging argument. Why don't you just peg your man? Dude, problem solved, right? If the standard is whether or not you've been penetrated, dude, just get a strap on and peg the dude. All right? And then he'll catch feelings back. By your own logic, right? Because the only way to catch feelings is to bottom for somebody. All right? And if you both bottom, then you both have feelings.
And why our heart
I can't breathe, OMFG. George Floyd, is that you? No way. I'm sorry. I had to. Dude. Okay? I have gone like over a week without making that joke, okay? I'm sorry. Yes, don't forget the cage. Don't forget the cage. I'm sorry. It's such a bad joke. OMFG, no you didn't. Dude, I have to. Okay, I say diabolical shit all the time.
Of this sacred
Yes, bring out the Fent reactor.
thing to them. They don't understand it. Because they've never been penetrated. They don't know what it feels like. I'm talking about
Then just peg your man.
straight men. I'm not
Wait. Straight men could get pegged. If they're getting pegged by a woman, that's still straight sex.
talking about men
You're my new favorite streamer. Holy shit. Let's fucking
on
go!
the down low. Yeah, the trolls
You should get side bangs or some kind of bangs. I might get side swept bangs at some point. We'll see.
are real pitiful, y'all. I see y'all getting rid of them, so that's why I'm just going on.
Yeah. The trolls, they're so pitiful. Dude.
Yeah, the trolls are real pitiful, y'all. I see y'all getting rid of them, so that's why I'm just going on.
But you're acknowledging them. Don't do that. That's a bad idea. Unless you want them to boost you in the algorithm, I guess, or use them for content. We love you for being our edgy little goblin Kai. Don't sweat it. Hell yeah. Get a low taper fade. That's true. Cute girl, not gonna lie. Thank you.
Men don't understand that.
Well, clearly they would if they just got
And
pegged.
for men that try to make you feel guilty about your feelings and how you feel, those are narcissistic type of men.
Dude, they're narcissic type of men. All right, let's replay that. All right, we need to know what type of men they are. Cece, would you like to tell me what kind of men they are?
Those are narcissistic type of men.
Narcissic type of men. Very interesting.
Okay, they are narcissistic type of men.
All right, that's not a mistake. First time I heard that, I was gonna give her a pass. Like, okay, she mispronounced the word once, okay? But no, she repeated herself. She doubled down. I think that she unironically believes that the word narcissistic is pronounced narcissic. Well, let's go back 10 seconds.
Those are narcissistic type of men. Okay, they are narcissistic type of men.
They are narcissic type of men.
I am not anti-man.
Okay, she's not anti-man. Very good. All right, that's very good.
I'm not anti-man.
She's not
I don't know
anti-man.
where you got that from.
I don't know. Could be anything, truly.
When you say I'm anti-man, that means that a hit dog will holler.
What?
Hey, Josie. That means a hit dog will holler.
Yeah, what the fuck does that even mean?
Reason why you all can't learn anything about a woman because you all are so on the defense because most of you motherfuckers are dogs.
She doesn't hate men, though. She just thinks that most of you are dogs. But she loves men. You know? It's, definitely not misandrist.
You fuck without a purpose. You fuck just to get your dick wet.
Yeah, problem? Was she talking about this for 2 hours? Yeah, probably.
No, I'm answering your question, GL. I'm telling you how men operate.
Of course. You know, the male gene of having sex to get your dick wet. Of course.
Men operate.
You know, women never have sex for pleasure.
Differently than
yeah, Smilo, she thinks you're a dog. It's fucked
women
up.
operate when it comes to sex. Men don't operate how we operate.
Yes, of course. The necessary property of being a woman. You know, you don't have sex for enjoyment. Okay, you do it because you've caught feelings.
Now you can get some women. You can get some women that are just like you all, but those are the women that you all particularly don't want and don't respect.
Okay, she kind of has a point here. Okay, she's kind of spitting here. All right, like yeah, there is a little bit of a double standard. It's like okay, like if you're a guy and then you like sleep with 10 women, it's like holy shit, dude, you're a fucking giga chad. But then like if a woman does it, it's like you're a whore. Like there is a societal double standard. Okay, I'll give her that. All right, I think she's about to spit. All right, she's about to like say some like real shit.
You understand what I'm saying? So if you got with a woman who fucked and moved just like a man do, you know what you all call us? Oh, you a whore.
Yeah, no, I can't even disagree. Yeah, no, she's right about that.
Oh, you loose. Hey, Val.
I mean, if someone is complaining about how all the women they sleep with are loose, they might just, I don't know, have a small dick, which is fine. You know, nothing wrong with that. But like, I mean, Jesus.
Oh, pearls. Okay, Maddo, that was.
Like, look, I'm not just gonna like shit on somebody for the sake of it. Like, she is factually correct here, right? Like, I'll give credit where credit is due.
You consider loose. How you fuck me and you don't feel nothing for me? You see what I'm saying? You all make us feel guilty about having the feelings that we feel and that we develop for you, but then you turn around and you want to call us a hoe for being able to fuck you and send you on about your merry way.
No, I mean, she is spitting here. But again, I can't make fun of this. I can make fun of the other stuff that she said. She's like just factually correct here. There's nothing I can say. Yeah, rare W point, yeah.
I don't understand it.
She's run through. I was about to say something very... I can't say that. Never mind.
Girl, some men are the biggest. Yes, they are. They are the biggest. They are the biggest holes.
They are the biggest holes.
You said, yeah, I understand. I'm trying not to be like that kind of a man. And I'm trying to teach you how not to be.
Oh, of course. I'd love to learn from you.
I'm trying to teach you how not to be.
Long or short stream tonight? Short.
You know,
I think.
I don't know what Sly was saying, but you know, what you all have to understand is that whenever you speak in truth, the enemy is always going to rise up. And
all right, and now she's getting into schizophrenic territory again. There we go. All right. She was spitting straight facts, right? She was kind of cooking, and now she's back on her schizophrenia arc. What the fuck did she just say?
Whenever you speak in truth, the enemy is always going to rise up and want.
What the fuck does that even mean? The enemy? What are you talking about? If you say the truth, the enemy is gonna rise up, and then like the gang stalkers are gonna like target you. and you know, the voices inside of your head will get real. It's like, okay, all right, I
gonna come for you, because see, what you do is that you touching on something that they know is the truth. That it reflects their life. Believe.
Who is they? You're just saying the enemy? Who the fuck is the enemy?
Listen to what I'm telling you all. A hit dog will always holler.
A hit dog? Yeah. If a dog experiences animal abuse, yeah, it's probably gonna be a little bit noisy. So, like, don't hit dogs. I know she's trying to make an analogy, but, like, and maybe this is just because I'm, like, autistic and don't understand the point she's making with that, but, like, I don't... Unless there's something I'm missing here, like, I don't see how that would support her argument.
And we know that because of the responses that we get. Okay?
The dog is the man, apparently.
So, I'm going to say this to you ladies. You got to be careful who you give your sacred thing to.
She's saying that men are the devil for judging her? Why doesn't she just say that? What, like, the enemy? Like, even then, it's like, I wouldn't even frame it that way. Like, if we're talking about, like, I don't know, like, men that suck. Like, I don't know, like, it's not like this, like, black and white, like, oh, they're the enemy kind of thing. It's just like, oh, this guy's, like, kind of a dick. Like, I'd avoid him. Right? It's not like I'm at fucking war with, like, every guy that just, like, kind of sucks or is, like, an asshole or whatever. Or, like, doesn't respect women. I'm not, it's not like a war I'm fighting. It's just like, okay, I just don't want to be around them. Like, I'm just gonna ignore them.
Because everybody is not worthy of that. Now, if you want...
Sacred thing, what happened to saying pussy? I don't know.
Want to give it because you horny? If you want to give it because you just want your back...
But, like, dude, just say roast beef curtains, okay? Just say roast beef curtains. She wants a chastity cage? Probably.
Blown out? Then guess what?
Wait, blown out? Dude, that's giving me flashbacks to Trumpster Bob talking about blown out buttholes.
If you want to give it because you just want your back blown out?
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Dude, me when I'm Trumpster Bob?
Then guess what? Guess what? You do
What?
that and you stay in control. And how do you stay in control? This is how you stay in control.
All right, how do you stay in
That
control?
man should not come and lay nowhere in your sanctuary. Your
Sanctuary? Do you mean pussy? Like, are we talking about a vagina? Are we talking about roast beef curtains?
bed. And you shouldn't be going and laying up in his.
Why though? Like, what if you just want to have
Tell that
sex?
Negro to pay for a hotel.
Wait, what? Huh? Wait, why do they have to pay? What if you make more money than
Or
them?
that dude. Because once you allow a man into your sacred place, your
Sacred place? Just say pussy. Just talk normal.
sanctuary, your bed, laying on your sheets, he leaves his scent.
You mean boy smell? Is that what we're worried about? Dude, he leaves boy smell on the sheets. Okay?
He leaves something behind. Okay? And so...
Then if you don't want boy smell on the sheets, then, like, don't fuck smelly men or wash the sheets afterwards.
Understand when I tell you all this. People say, oh, you know, there's no such things as soul ties. Well,
Yeah, because souls aren't real. Yeah, that's
let
true.
me say this to you all. You can say it whatever way you want to say it. But believe me, your spirits will intertwine. And when
Oh, okay. Is there any evidence of this? No, but, like, you just gotta believe her, okay? Just trust me. Just trust
a
me,
man
bro.
has laid in your sacred place, your
Dude, I don't, like, why? Just talk normal. I've made the same critique of Lily Tino. Like, why use a euphemism for everything? She's like, I'm actually intending on getting a surgery in order to turn my marshmallow wand into a marshmallow tunnel. Just say dick, balls, and vagina. It's not that hard. It's like, what are you doing?
bed. And he has left his scent in that bed.
Dude, me when I take a shit in your bed to leave my scent.
You understand what I'm saying? That's right. He leaves his aura behind.
Dude, his aura?
He leaves
Damn.
all of it behind.
All of
So
it.
that's why I say you got to be careful. You have to be careful about who can lay next to you. Not
lay next to you? Not even who gets to have sex, just who lays next to you.
Not just with you, but who can lay next to you.
Oh.
You got to be careful.
Careful, guys. It's very, very serious stuff. Yes, it's like when wolves piss to make their territory clear.
Tired of hearing men, and I've had men, you try to use
men, am I right?
that against me. Even the last friend that I had. Oh, you know, well, the problem is that you call feelings. So you know what I said to him? I said, so if I had treated you badly, if I had treated you unkind, if I had not cared for you, let me tell y'all how many times this man came and laid in my bed.
Is the problem that he came too much?
Baby, can you massage me? Massaged him. Bought him stuff because the type of job he does. He got a labor job like me, but doing something different.
Yes, man stench.
Massage.
Dude, middle parts look worse on me. The majority of people, when I had a middle part, were like, dude, go back.
Can you massage my hand? Laid him down, rubbed him down, all of that. All of that is caring. I'm like, hey, when we gonna fuck? I ain't got time.
Chad, what is she yapping about? I don't even know anymore.
All this. That's the
Are we talking about sex or laying in bed? I don't even know
kind of woman I could have been.
I'm shocked she fucks it all, TBH. There's some pretty desperate people out there.
Rub you down. Rub your back. Oh, no. Come on, let's just get it on.
Get what on?
But see, right, Joshua, exactly.
Yeah,
exactly.
Dude, Joshua's spitting facts.
Right.
Let's go.
Give them everything, then they want to screw you over. Exactly.
Lily, how far behind are you in the stream? You gotta skip the live button.
Exactly.
Jesus.
And this is why I can't stand them. And I'm gonna tell you, this last one, he just made me say, enough is a fucking enough. Because I know how I lead. You know what I mean? I know what type of woman I am. I know what type of person I am. I know that when I really like a man and I really care about a man, and I'm continuing to be intimate with him, I'm going to catch feelings for him. I'm not.
Of course. All right, I'm getting bored of this. All right. Is this somebody I intend on covering much? But I think we got past all of the stuff that was insane and diabolical. You know. I have sex equals get it on. Yeah, I know, but it's like, dude, why does she have to talk in euphemisms constantly? Like, can she just talk normal? I don't get it. But hey, maybe that's just me. Anyways. The only sacred place I acknowledge is Femyoz' stream. Honestly, that's pretty real. That's pretty real. Who else is live? Are there any, I think it's Trumpster Bob or something live? Dude. Nope, no Trumpster Bob. Man. Oh, that sucks. You know what? I'm just gonna say, fuck it. I don't care if Trumpster Bob is, actually, wait. I kind of want to show another new person. Johnny Avanti. Alright, this person is also kind of diabolical. He thinks that Einstein didn't come up with the theory of relativity, and that E equals mc squared is common sense, but then he also said that he doesn't know what E equals mc squared stands for, so it's like, okay. That's lovely, I guess. That's, you know, that is a position you could hold, I suppose. It technically is. How do I get the live chat replay? Okay, well, I don't know. Maybe it's just not available for this. Alright. Never mind. Alright, I'm gonna skip through it and see if I can find the part where he's talking about that. Alright, I want to see him talk about crazy shit. Look at this smug piece of shit eating on camera.
These pickles are a little sweet.
Oh dear. Look at this smug ass motherfucker.
We made sure that they didn't have salt.
You know, he's lathered the top of his head in baby oil. All right, let's see.
So how do you get moisture?
Bye. We see you soon, Femi. Goodbye, Milo.
When you have.
Well, if you want moisture, just scoop the grease off of the top of your head.
Like in Manhattan.
I mean, come on. Like there's plenty there. Look at how fucking shiny that is.
The Twin Towers were built on landfill. A lot of Manhattan is all
built on landfill.
Landfill.
Okay.
A lot of the places in the world is all landfill. So the tides have nowhere to go. So you're blocking the water from flooding where it normally floods.
Okay, and what's your solution?
So then you could say, it's tide. The seas are rising. Yeah, because you're blocking the water from flooding. If you never built there, the tide would just come in and flood the area that you want to live in.
Okay.
Hot water and more water. So right, exactly, more water. You're proving my point, Royce.
Dude, this guy is very coherent. Clearly, I want to find the part where
a lot of the trash is caused from storms.
Hold on, let's see. Yeah, and how does the trash get outside in the first place? The storms doesn't teleport the garbage to outside. That's not how that works.
Yeah. Plants thrive. Look at all the volcanoes that are erupting around us. You know how much shit comes out of those volcanoes?
Yeah, dude. We're experiencing climate change because of the many active volcanoes right now. There's just so much volcanic activity on Earth right now. It's so true. Is he a Trumper? Yes.
I can guarantee you one volcano, like let's say the one in Hawaii, right? Or the one in Vishavik, erupted for almost a year. That volcano probably spewed out emissions worth more than mankind has ever emitted, even with all the wars in its lifetime.
And, now what's his source on this? Well, of course he made it the fuck up.
The shit that came out of those volcanoes and was...
Hey, thank you so much, Post Malone Style, for the $78. God damn. The fucking goat, Jesus Christ. Saying, you know who this is? Collar and shirt. Combo, good look tonight. Have a little sugar from me. Thank you so much. Can we get some 07s in chat? God damn. That is a massive dono. And, you know what else is massive?
Still here.
Tighten that collar, bish. Fine. Aww. It's gonna be so tight. But I'll do it for you guys. Alright, that's one tighter than it normally would be. Ah. Ooh, that's awfully tight.
We're still breathing. And what about the volcano in Costa Rica, in San Jose? That thing erupts.
Dude, global warming isn't real. We don't have to worry about carbon emissions because what about the many active volcanoes?
Every single night. Boom! You see like smoke, fire.
Dude, this guy's head is massive. Well, yeah, of course it is. He has such a huge brain. So his head has to compensate for that. It has to have enough room for all of his big thoughts.
You know what kind of shit comes out of that? The people in Costa Rica, they're all watching it. None of them are choking to death. Why all of a sudden now my little car...
Do you think that they're standing in the volcano? What are you talking about?
To the people now. Imagine millions of people would charge their cars at nighttime. Just think, millions.
All right, I don't care.
People are not stupid.
No, people are smart like this.
When
guy.
they see something they'll know. Wow, this shit's real.
Yes, the many active volcanoes, like lists 3.
When you gotta convince people, like the jab, over and over, like constantly, like they were paying people. That means it's bullshit.
Dude, if you have to pay money to convince people of your position, then it's bullshit. So by this guy's logic, he would agree that Trump's entire campaign is bullshit because money went into it. People paid for his voice to be heard. He had plenty of lobbying money. So you would agree, by your own logic, that, well, everything that Trump is saying is bullshit. This guy is a real-life Frank from It's Always Sunny. Real. Earth is flat? True. Look at this smug piece of shit eating on camera. Fucking hell.
So Albert Einstein is like a marketable item.
A marketable item, yes. The The number one thing Einstein is known for, being a marketable item. Very good.
They want you to believe that he was this. He probably wasn't that smart at all.
Dude. Don't you know? Einstein probably wasn't even that smart, dude. Obviously, this guy knows because he's a genius. Okay? This guy knows what's up when it comes to intelligence. Okay? This guy is fucking smart. Einstein ain't got nothing on this man. Very true.
A lot of
very
the stuff
true.
that he came up with was like science fiction.
It was science fiction. He thinks that Albert Einstein created science fiction. Dog, what are you talking about?
What did Einstein come up with that was reality? Nothing.
The theory of relativity, E equals MC squared. A lot of science / physics related stuff. You know, things that accurately predict how things will operate in terms of physics. Like scientific discoveries that are that create models that ultimately have accurate results that are predicted. It's pretty impressive if you ask me, but
Nothing, right? I don't think there was anything that he made that was realistic that any other mathematician could have done.
Really?
What did he do? What did he do to like change the world? Nothing. Oh,
Nothing. Absolutely nothing. No scientific discoveries in the field of physics or anything like that, apparently.
Oh, okay, that's science fiction.
Wait,
There's no
huh?
proof. Oh, the wormhole. Oh, okay, that's science.
The wormhole. Yes, Einstein. Notorious for inventing the idea of the wormhole. Yes, that's absolutely what he's known for.
Fiction. There's no proof of the wormhole.
Yeah, dude, that's exactly what Einstein was known for creating, was the wormhole.
E equals MC squared. That's common fucking knowledge. People.
That's common knowledge, dude. Everybody just knows E equals MC squared. All right? Everyone knows it off the top of their head, even before Einstein.
Been using that equation to build shit all the time.
Hold on. To build shit? Dude, we're talking about energy being converted into mass. Like, what the fuck are you engineering? That requires that. Like, how many things do you engineer that rely on being able to convert mass to energy and vice versa? What the fuck are you talking about?
What's so special about that? But what did they
Huh?
do? They use it in the Twilight Zone. The equals MC squared. Like you think, like, wow, what is that?
What?
It's just an equation.
It's just an equation. Yeah. The equation means something, dude. This is the least scientifically illiterate Trump supporter, by the way.
It's a common equation.
It's a common equation. All right, very, very common. He clearly knows it off the top of his head. All right, he's constantly engineering with E equals MC squared, as he said.
That all engineers, architects, even like fucking kids who take math learn that shit.
Oh, dude, everyone learns it. Dude, everyone knows it. Okay. Doesn't mean that it always existed, even if that's the case. And I don't know. I'm not a math student. I'm not an engineer or an architect. Wait, hold on. How the fuck does E equals MC squared relate to architecture? Fucking architecture? Really? Ah, yes, because the geometry of the house is actually contingent upon the conversion of energy into mass. Okay.
There's nothing special about that.
Okay, then.
I'm so
Right.
happy Trump sent back to Hollywood.
Most illiterate Trump supporter, too, by the way.
Richard Moorhead. What? Femyoz
Dude is... Oh, that's me.
isn't a common equation used for engineering for Einstein. What is E equals?
He did not read my chat message correctly. I don't remember exactly what I said, but that was not it. I think I asked him, like, okay, like, what aspects of engineering is this commonly used for, and when was it used before Einstein?
MC squared. Energy equals mass, and what else?
And what
is that?
else?
Energy equals mass. How do you balance shit
Well, okay, what's the C? You said it was common
out?
knowledge.
Energy, the mass, you balance it out. That's a common problem, bro.
It's a common problem, bro? Okay, what's the C stand for?
They just made it like you to make you believe, like common people.
Yeah, they're just convincing you.
that don't put shit together will think that's something that's complicated, when it's not.
Okay. So clearly it's not complicated. You know all about it. So what does M equals MC squared stand for? What is the C? Dude, he can't tell us what the
speed of
C
light.
is.
So what? So what does that mean?
What does that mean?
So how is that something that's so complicated? The speed of light. Ooh. The speed of sound.
This is so bad.
Eating Costco hot dog and pizza. Oh, man, that hot dog will
Yes, MC is
stay in your
Minecraft.
stomach
Master of ceremonies.
for
True.
hours, bro. Hours. That thing is like what?
Speed of light.
Like that big? And what is it? $1.50?
Yeah, but he doesn't know that. He was just like reading a chat
And you get a
message.
soda?
Someone who has $2 only to their name.
It doesn't mean anything. The theory of what is it used for?
The theory of relativity.
What is it used for? I thought you said it was used for engineering and architecture. But now you don't even know what it's used for?
Relative
Oh, you're talking about the theory of relativity now, rather than the equation.
to what? That's my point. What's the use?
Yeah, I don't know why he thinks that the speed of light and the speed of sound are like related to each other.
Richard Moorhead.
Like this, also the speed of sound is going to be contingent upon like the medium that it's in, right? So like I don't know what that would have to do with anything. That would just be like a representation of like the medium, right? Whether that be like the air and like the atmosphere, right? Or like I don't know, underwater, right? That's going to be a different medium.
That's like when you go to college, you learn differential equations, you learn all that. What are you going to do with it?
Dude, so let me get this straight. Einstein is a fraud because people learn differential equations in college, apparently. Now, I don't know shit about differential equations. All right? Because I'm mathematically illiterate, okay? All right? I ain't gonna lie. All right? I'm not a math nerd, okay? But I don't have to be smarter than this guy in that field. You know? What can I say?
It's just like advanced math. So mathematicians create these problems.
Wait, advanced math? I thought you said it was common sense.
So you can be, you can
Isn't the speed of sound generally slower than the speed? No, it's always slower than the speed of light.
graduate
There's not a single instance in which the speed of sound is faster than the speed of light.
as a mathematician. So yeah, it has to be hard. But E equals MC squared is nothing special.
Okay,
That's like common knowledge. They probably
it's common knowledge. Okay, explain what it is.
use that kind of math, the Romans, to build all
Yeah, dude. The Romans were using E equals MC squared. You know, the conversion of mass into energy. Yeah, the Roman Catholics, they were known for doing that. That was their favorite equation.
all the Colosseums, the aqueducts, all the shit the Romans built by
Yeah, the aqueducts. That requires E equals MC squared apparently,
fucking hand,
and differential equations.
without computers, without calculators, by themselves,
Wow.
without the
How does this guy even know what differentials are? They don't even touch that until 4th semester calculus in most curricula. How is he that science illiterate and heard that phrase? I don't know.
history of math. The Egyptians built the pyramids through trial and error.
They built the pyramids, so therefore they knew equals MC squared.
You know what I mean? They weren't that smart. It took
They
them a
weren't
long
that
time
smart.
to figure out how to make perfect corners.
Yeah, dude, it was so difficult. You know, they couldn't figure out how to make a triangle. I mean, technically, when traveling through solids, sound is faster than light. As light halts and is therefore at a speed of 0, will sound continue. Okay, yes, but like if we're talking about like it's in the process of traveling. Like if it's the case that the light wave or the sound wave is traveling, or is that the case that it is or isn't, right? Then it's going to be the case that the light will consistently be faster.
Because when you go to Giza, you'll see
Yeah, they were using trial and error because they couldn't figure out how to build a triangle.
fucked up pyramids. They look like piles of shit because they were trying to get it right.
Oh, okay. Yeah, the Egyptians were brilliant at math, but I don't know. This
Mad Einstein wasn't from Jersey. No, I meant he wasn't from Brooklyn. No, I think where was he from?
There you go.
Germany, obviously.
Where was Einstein from, Joanne?
How do you not know this?
Germany?
Fucking dude, everybody knows he's from Germany.
No.
The light is still moving faster, just not in the same direction / destination. Well, yeah. Yo, thank you, the crazy gamer, for the one saying, is this bitch on acid, MDMA, or something? SMFH? Probably.
From Germany? Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, like, isn't him, like, escaping the Nazis is, like, common knowledge, right? He kind of left in the 30s because, you know, yeah. Like, he was Jewish. He would have been targeted. So, yeah. Sounds like he's just spitting out words he doesn't understand. That's what people accuse me of doing. People accuse me of doing that shit.
Where was Albert Einstein from?
Another donor, let's go. Hell yeah. Dude, he is.
Uh-huh.
I mean,
That is.
Einstein is a joke. It's a
Dude, he's a joke. Dude, he's not. He will never be as smart as this guy.
joke. It's to make you think that who he is in reality are superior.
To what end?
Like Nobel. You know Nobel, the Nobel Peace Prize? Who is that?
The Nobel Peace Prize, the person?
What does Nobel and Einstein have in common?
What? What the fuck do you mean? Huh?
Think about it.
No, I actually don't know what the fuck you're trying to make.
You can make
As a
anybody
comparison.
a star. Don't you understand?
Okay, then why aren't you a star?
that?
You're a star.
I'm a star?
Dude, he's a star.
Thank you.
You are a star.
So are you.
You're-
Anybody can be a star. They
You're
could
a
take
star.
the dumbest motherfucker and make them look like look at Vice President, you know who, right?
JD Vance?
Right? They could make her look like the smartest fucking person on the face of the earth.
Wait, JD Vance uses she, her now? That's crazy. Let's replay that. Keep in mind, this was streamed 5 hours ago. Right? Apparently, the vice president, JD Vance, uses she, her. I didn't know that. That explains the
So are
eyeliner.
you. Anybody can be a star. They could
You're a
take
star.
the dumbest motherfucker and make them look like look at Vice President, you know who, right?
Yep,
They could
JD
make
Vance.
her look like the smartest fucking person on the face of the earth.
Dude, JD Vance is trans now. Holy shit. Dude, I didn't know that.
But in reality, they're not.
Dude.
He didn't fit.
I'm just learning this for the first
There's
time.
no such thing as nukes, dude. That's just the
There's no such thing as nukes? Huh?
balance of power. You understand that?
It's a balance of power. What? Huh? He's a nuke anti-realist.
Bro,
Let me just make sure I didn't mishear this. Because I didn't catch this the first time.
he didn't figure. There's no such thing as nukes, dude. That's just the balance of power.
There's no such thing as nukes, dude. That's just the balance of power? Okay, moving
You
on.
understand that?
I've heard trolls say this. How is this real? I don't
Barack
know.
Obama, the first DEI. Well, I mean, Barack wasn't a dummy. He wasn't stupid. You can't say
But-
Barack was stupid. Yeah, you can never say that about the guy.
I agree. Barack Obama's pretty
So
smart.
even if he was a DEI, he wasn't a stupid person. Like some
Wait, why would he be a DEI? Is it because he's black? Is he DEI because he's black? What? Make it make sense. No, like, nobody would say this if he wasn't black.
DEIs are just dumb as fuck. They don't know shit. At least they picked a DEI, but the guy was smart.
Dude, why is he a DEI? If he was white, would you say that he's a DEI? No, of course not.
You know,
Okay, so what does Nobel
MTG pill, yeah.
and Einstein have in common? That they were brilliant thinkers.
yeah, okay.
Yeah, with significant contributions to their respective fields.
Yeah, right.
Nobel as an inventor
It's a Trump supporter. It's because he's black. Yeah, I know.
and scientist is no
Well, that must be where the E equals MC squared hate comes from. Mass being converted into energy is where the nuclear energy comes from. Yeah.
known for his work in explosives and the establishment of the prestigious Nobel Prize. So see, we have to actually blame Nobel why there are bombs and fireworks.
In the reality,
Bombs and fireworks? Did Nobel invent fireworks? Dude, I don't even know what I'm meant to say in response to this. Who is Nobel? I'm not too familiar.
You look up who they are, and you'll see what they have in common.
Yeah,
And then you'll figure it out.
And Einstein was a theoretical physicist.
Okay.
He revolutionized the understanding of the universe through his
Dude, even his wife is cooking him.
theories, including relativity and photoelectricity effect. That's what
Understanding the universe.
Yeah.
Yep, that is a consequence of the scientific method is we do have a better understanding of the universe. That is true.
Through theories.
Yes, Nobel invented TNT.
Science fiction.
It's not science fiction. It accurately predicts the universe.
First of all,
Like if somebody creates a model, a scientific model that accurately predicts the universe, then like that's not fiction. But what science fiction implies that it's like it's either like some sort of falsehood, or it's not something that's like grounded in science, right? That's like the fiction aspect of it, but it is grounded in science. So it's just science, right?
what's the big deal if you invent dynamite? How is that a contribution to mankind?
What? I don't think Einstein invented dynamite.
The Chinese had
Oh, Nobel invented dynamite? Okay.
fucking fireworks way before we had dynamite.
Do you think that fireworks and dynamite are exactly the same thing? Used in the same way? Well, huh?
What is so special about dynamite?
True, alright? Dude, children yearn for the mines, alright? Bring them to the mines with pickaxes, okay?
It explodes.
Well, what do you think it was used
And
for?
it uses a bomb. Hi,
Yes, flint and steel.
how are you?
I bet you Nobel stole the patent from another guy.
Based on what exactly?
You don't call me anymore.
They had gunpowder.
What am I-
What do you think
strike
dynamite is?
from
It's
Nona?
gunpowder.
This is not real. This is fake. I'm not actually watching this. I'm hallucinating.
They knew gunpowder
I thought you were on strike.
way before Nobel.
Where's Ariana? Harry.
So when this guy says Nobel, he means Alfred Nobel? I'm not sure.
Hi, baby doll.
Make Ashman great again.
Who's gonna be a big girl tomorrow?
Donald.
Yes, George Washington never existed. I'm actually a George Washington anti-realist.
Me.
Bro,
Yeah,
you really
I
think
know.
that... You ever watch the
Are you
footage?
excited?
Yes, I watched the footage. Yes, George Washing Machine. Is this real life? No, it's a dream. Yeah. Yeah, we do need to study this, man. I guess we're doing that right now.
What you just said
I'm
of the
excited.
atomic bombs. Go watch the footage.
I'm excited to see both of you.
Go watch the
Oh, Lagios. Uh-oh.
footage. Go see.
Well, all of you. Your brothers.
Watch the footage for what?
And you come back to me and tell me if you now believe
What's
it.
that face for? Where's Mama?
If I believe that the thing happening in the footage is happening? Yeah, wouldn't that be evidence against your position?
You don't know. She's not there?
Oh my god. Stop eating. Oh my god. Eat after stream. It's not like you're streaming so long you have to eat.
She's not home? Or is she in the kitchen?
But what's so special about that?
Oh, okay.
Dude, he says this about every scientific discovery or invention. It's like, what, dude, what's so special about the wheel? Like, we see wheels everywhere. Dude, what's so special about the light bulb? Like, dude, this guy invented the light bulb? Cringe? Dude, those are everywhere. What's so special about that? And the light bulbs we have are even better than the ones that existed back then. It's like, yeah, but it was special when somebody invented it. What the... You know, what, Femi, I believe this man is clearly being stupid for clout, you know? No, I don't think so. He's too old. I don't think he understands how the internet works. If he did, he wouldn't be branding himself the way he does. It's too... It comes across as genuine. He's not doing it in a way that would, like, maximize attention.
Who are you, what? Angel and Anthony?
Who? Einstein?
And Jay?
You give too much credit to Albert Einstein. Because you're
Dude, you're giving credit to Albert Einstein. Why are you giving him credit for the things that he discovered?
programmed to think.
Oh, spit just came flying out of his mouth. I don't know if y'all caught that. Hold on.
Because you're programmed to think
That is fucking disgusting. Ugh.
that he was this great physicist. When he wasn't.
I can't wait
He wasn't? But like all of his discoveries demonstrate the literal
to
opposite.
see you tomorrow.
He wasn't.
I love you.
Okay. Great. Of course,
I'll talk to
you know,
you.
this guy would know that because he's clearly a knowledgeable physicist. Yes, spit cam.
Why are we always talking about Einstein? What about other inventors? Why is he
Dude, why is Einstein so special? What about other people that did cool things? Yeah, what about them? That doesn't magically negate what Einstein
so
did.
important?
Dude, why do people keep shitting on Hitler? What about the other dictators that did genocide? Yeah, what about them? Yeah, they're all so bad. What do you mean? Dude, Einstein made cool inventions and discoveries. What about, like, other inventors and discoverers? Like, that's what he sounds like. Also, like, was Einstein known for inventing things or for making scientific discoveries? Because those are not the same thing. What the fuck do you mean inventor? Like invention? The Einstein was known for being a physicist, not just like some inventor. Like what the fuck? What is he saying?
What about other guys? You think he's the only one? You know who was his sidekick? Yeah, I'll look it up.
What? Dude, he doesn't know, so he's looking it up,
What was his
alright?
name?
So obviously he's not too familiar with the topic, so what conclusion does he come to?
Who was the Catholic priest that worked with Einstein?
Probably somebody that diddles kids. I mean, they are a Catholic priest after all.
Father George, don't even call him father. But his title was father. Not George Lemon-Titus. He was a Catholic.
Yeah, do you know that Catholic priests have, like, legal names too, right? Like that... But... I'm actually so fucking done. This is so brain
his
dead.
whole life. And he is the one who should be credited with everything Einstein did. I think
What? But it's the things that Einstein did. Why should he be given credit for what Einstein did? That doesn't make any
I
sense.
guarantee you, this guy was probably smarter than Einstein 10.
But you didn't even know who the fuck he was. You just looked up who is Einstein's assistant. You don't even know who he is. Dude, he's probably 10 times smarter than Einstein. With no evidence.
But they don't give him credit. They give Einstein credit.
Dude, why are they giving Einstein credit for his inventions instead of some other dude that worked with Einstein?
Yeah.
This can't be a real person, can it?
Yeah. Father Lemonier. Look him up.
Dude, look him up. Dude, he's obviously the one that created all of Einstein's inventions, and they were just stolen from him.
Look him up. He probably learned. I bet you he taught Einstein and he just stole everything from Father Lemonier.
Dude, he's just making shit up. Good night, Compo Master. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. Trump promised cooler weather. What is he, the snow miser? True. And, dude, Kamala Harris is the heat miser. That's actually the reason why it's so hot outside. Is because, dude, the heat miser, like, needs it to be, like, 110 degrees or hotter. Dude, we need the snow miser back.
Julian Ligma. General von
Ligma balls.
Braun.
It's giving Sopranos wise guy. Everyone in the crew thinks he's fucking retarded. Yeah, exactly. I'm Mr. Snow.
You can't prove that light bends in space. How are you gonna prove that?
Huh? What do you mean by bends? Do you think that light only travels in one direction indefinitely no matter what? Like, how do you think light interacts with objects? Do you think that it's, like, impossible for, like, I don't know, for light to bend? Like, is what you're saying? I'm confused.
Yeah.
Also, what happens next to a black hole? Like, what happens to light as it approaches a black hole? What do you... does it keep moving in a straight line normally?
No, the piece was little.
Or is he like a black hole anti-realist as well?
You should have some of these. They have iron and magnesium and no salt.
I,
How about you?
Besides Einstein is just like the most layperson recognizable quote-unquote famous scientist, just a principle of the matter. I'm sure this guy's just as ignorant about Euler, Gödel, Heisenberg, etc. I'm Mr. Crack Miser, I'm high on crack type shit.
The cashews.
Oh.
Yeah, what does a prism do? Like, what does this guy think happens when I don't know, like, you put like a half of a pencil in water? Does the pencil look straight to you, or does it look bent? So the answer is obviously it looks bent. Like, what does he think refraction is? If light doesn't bend, explain refraction.
They're very good for you. They're full of iron and magnesium.
But what does he think a black hole does with light?
Donald Trump, what's up, Greg?
This guy does not know how light works, but he claims that he's smarter than Einstein.
Donald Trump is the best senator ever.
Look at this smug piece of shit. Eating on camera. What are you, Hassan Piker?
The only thing that I would call a
Oh, ew. Chew with your mouth closed. You guys are suffering with me. This is disgusting.
The only thing that I would call a great president
That is.
is somebody like
Vi-
Andrew Jackson.
Hold on. Fucking Andrew Jackson. Dude, the only person I would call president, or sorry, the one person that I think is the greatest president of all time is like, he just so happens to be like the most racist one. Dude, fucking Andrew Jackson. Dog, why did you... I'm sorry, we gotta replay that. That is not a real set. That's not a real
I would
sentence.
call a great president is somebody like Andrew Jackson.
Dude, just so happens to be like the most racist one.
Abraham Lincoln.
Dude, and then one of the less racist presidents. Okay. Dude, maybe the racism and anti-racism of each one sort of cancel each other out.
Van Braun. They were all against the banks.
They were all against the banks? Is that what Andrew Jackson was known for?
John Kennedy. Those are great presidents.
That's... I mean... I'm not surprised if, like, a Trump voter is, like, a one-issue voter, but, like... I'm actually speechless.
No,
That
Ford
is-
wasn't against the banks, was he?
Trumpster Bob's got a competitor? Nah, he'll never be Trumpster Bob.
Donald Trump's
Yeah, Trumpster Bob the
not
GOAT.
against the banks.
Dude, he's not against the banks. Dude, are you
The greatest
anti-Trump then?
presidents America ever had was against the banks. They wanted to nationalize the currency.
Huh? What do you mean nationalize the currency? We already have a national currency. It's called the US dollar. What the fuck are you talking about? Nationalize the currency? You mean like a US dollar? The thing we already have? What are you talking about?
That's what Lincoln did. That's what Jackson did. That's what Kennedy wanted to do. And they got rid of them.
They got rid of them? We just don't... We don't have USD? Stream is lagging. Uh-oh. Well, that's not good. That's bad news. Sorry, let's go back, okay?
The currency.
Hold on. We need
The
to...
greatest presidents America ever had was against the banks. They wanted to nationalize the currency.
Yeah, we already have that. It's called USD. That's the US dollar. That's already a thing. Oh, it's a YouTube problem? Okay, then I'm repeating myself. Oops.
That's what Lincoln did. That's what Jackson did. That's what
Dude, they all invented USD.
Kennedy wanted to do. And they got rid of them.
Dude, they got rid of them. We don't have a national currency anymore. We no longer have the US dollar.
That's-
I think he's talking about the gold standard. No, he just said national currency. That the US dollar would classify as a national currency. Why doesn't he just say the gold standard?
Except Jackson. Jackson lived an old ripe age. Because he was probably the greatest president we ever had.
Dude, the greatest president we ever had. He thinks Andrew Jackson is the greatest. I'm sorry, what? What do you think Andrew Jackson did? What do you think he was known for? What do you think happened to all of the Native Americans when he was in office? Did they all just magically disappear? Did they wear invisibility cloaking devices? Did they become invisible? Did they all fucking kill themselves? What do you think happened to them? I don't know if he's stupid or just doesn't care.
Old Ironside?
Does he not realize Andrew Jackson probably hated Italians too? Dude. Yeah, Trail of Tears, what even is that?
Franklin Roosevelt was a liberal asshole.
Okay.
The Green New, what was his? The Green New Deal? What was Roosevelt's? The New Deal.
Dude, if you don't even know what it is, then why are you criticizing it?
And he started taxing people, right?
Yeah, there was just no taxes before the New Deal. The taxes, they were a foreign concept. There was never any taxes before Roosevelt.
Great president. Oh, let me start taxing the American people.
Yeah, dude, there was just no taxes before that. That's so true. Dude, we actually lived in an ANCAP utopia before Roosevelt. Femi, your hair looks so great. Thank you.
Use a pickle jar and file tax exempt. Yeah.
Yes, Tobey Maguire was our best president. Yeah, Franklin Roosevelt saved us from the Great Depression.
Don't want cheap money.
He's too dumb to be this good at rage bait. Jackson has to be a lucky guess for the worst one. Not literally.
Well, I think Trump's goal is to eliminate the federal income tax.
Yeah, dude. Just no federal income tax. Okay. How are you gonna fund anything? Why do you think that we have such a massive deficit? What do you think happens when, I don't know, somebody like Trump is in office, doesn't decrease federal spending at all, and decreases taxes for the rich and increases them for the poor? What do you think the result of that is? Well, I'll tell you what the result is. The result is that the government makes less money, spends the same amount, and increases our deficit. That's how fucking money works. I'm sorry, that's how it works. It's basic math.
I mean, I think he's sort of like like an Abraham Lincoln type.
Yeah, dude, Trump. Definitely an Abraham Lincoln type. Known anarcho-capitalist.
John F. Kennedy.
Dude.
Do I have some Chianti? Yeah, I wish that's a good idea to have some Chianti.
That is...
Fat guy.
Don't tell this guy about T-bills. He'll think it's a trans thing. True.
Social Security's bad too. If I knew what Social Security when I was a kid today, it's fucked up. I mean, like,
dude, I don't care. I don't want to hear him yap about Social Security.
You can work your whole life, pay the maximum Social.
Don't give a shit.
China number 1. Where's the USA number 13, largest rice producer in the world? But
that's awesome.
We have other foods than rice. We eat pasta. We eat other things. We have
rice.
What?
China and India only eat rice.
Yeah, that's all they eat. So they need all that.
Dude, that's so true. That's the only food that they ever eat. Also, thank you, Ethan George, for the 10 gifted Femyoz memberships. And to the 10 lucky people that receive that gift, well, enjoy your gift. What can I say? So, congratulations, Ethereal Emily, Dark Reaper, Hotel Guy, Noah Knox, Holly Louise, Krugeron, LK, Steve Revin, Lewis Black, and Random. Enjoy your memberships. I'd be very sad if you didn't enjoy membership. But yes, W Ethan. we get some W Ethan in chat? I think that we should.
Fucking rice. Even Korea. I guess Korea doesn't eat that much rice. They're number 16. Egypt. Madagascar. Who's last? Iran. Iran is 1 million tons of rice a year. The USA produces 8 million tons a year.
I don't care.
Oh, rice. How can there be a rice
Oh my
shortage?
God, how are you?
Okay.
Did you have fun?
It doesn't pay. If the United States wanted to be the number one rice producer, they probably could.
Yeah, let's just be the number one producer of everything. That's totally very efficient.
But China prevents the United States from importing rice into China or exporting
Huh?
rice.
Why would that be prevented? What are you talking about? Yeah, like, obviously China is probably not gonna import rice from us because, like, I don't know, it would cost us more to make because we make less of it. So, yeah, it would cost us more. So, like, it would be useless for them to do it because it would cost them more to import it than it would to just make it domestically. So, yeah, of course, they're not going to import it if it's less expensive to make it domestically. Like, no shit. Like, why do you think that they would just randomly start importing it if that's more expensive? That doesn't make any fucking sense.
You're better off doing it in the morning because if you got to do blood work and everything, they pull your blood right there and then. Or you got to starve all day.
Hard press. You can't use words like that. You want to say things like that? You got to say it in code. Okay. I already mentioned that a million times.
Yes.
Dude, what do they say?
That's why she's eating for you, right?
Anyways.
Tell my other
You know how
half
much-
to pipe down.
Sorry.
Vietnam and China have the market, so corner on that one, it's not even funny. Yeah, it's like, yeah, like, why would you import goods if it's like, I don't know, already more expensive to do so, and you already make it domestically? Like, it doesn't make any sense.
She's on the phone.
I'm talking with the baby.
Oh.
That's wonderful.
I have to say hello to the baby.
He who controls rice controls the universe. Yeah, it's like, I'm sorry, but it's like not more efficient to produce everything domestically. Like, it's more efficient economically to import certain goods and to produce certain goods domestically and to export them. Like, we don't have to create everything. All right? It's not fucking the year 1800, okay? We can actually import stuff. Like, global trade exists, all right? We can use it.
Tony Francis. Iraq had chemical weapons.
I'm sorry.
Bro, what's a chemical weapon? Were you ever in the army?
No, were you?
Were you ever in the military? Do you know what chemical weapons are? You know how hard it is? The only way to administer chemical weapons is one, you could do it through artillery, mortars. You could drop them. You could, like, spray it.
Okay.
It should be.
So what harm is that going to do anybody? And then once it...
What harm would chemical weapons do anybody? What do you think a chemical weapon does? What do you think it's designed for?
rains, it dissipates. It dissipates.
Dude, it dissipates. Oh, thank you. Dude, the chemical weapons, they basically don't do anything, okay? Because according to this guy, all right, as soon as it rains, they dissipate, so it won't do any damage.
It's not forever.
It's not forever, therefore it's like it doesn't do anything.
Rains, it dissipates. It dissipates.
It dissipates.
It's not forever.
Okay. Yeah, he might have been hit with a couple chemical weapons for sure.
Well, Agent Orange was a way to destroy the crops of the Vietnamese, to starve them out. That's why they had Agent Orange. They used Agent Orange on the Japanese. They firebombed Japan to death.
They firebombed Japan to death? You know, there was also like you said that nukes don't exist. And I think you said that atomic bombs don't exist. Or like weapons of mass destruction broadly. But what do you think, like what type of bomb do you think was dropped on Japan during World War II? What do you think that was? You just think it was just like some like fire missiles or something? Like just like something like yeah, okay.
Look. That's who I'm talking.
Yeah, dude, what harm has mustard gas ever done to anybody?
Oh, look, she's...
Yeah, exactly. Radiation isn't forever, it just lasts 100 years.
Wait.
Talk to her.
Exactly.
Hi, sweetie. Oh, look at her. Hi, sweetie.
Oh god, poor...
Oh, she's smiling. Hey there. Oh, she's so cute.
She's happy to be home.
Dude, I hope that she doesn't grow up to be as deranged as this person.
You're happy to be home.
Poor kid.
Dude, poor kid has to grow up around you and your delusional takes. God, that must suck.
What about during World War One? Mustard gas? I mean, but that's not
What
like
about it?
a weapon of mass destruction.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, I don't think anybody said that it was.
Gas is not. It's like a weapon, but it's not a mass destruction.
It's kind of
Yeah, nobody was saying it was.
You have to use those strategically. You can't just fucking use them like sporadically. They have
Oh, yeah, dude. It's not like nuclear weapons were ever used strategically. We just used them sporadically on Japan, not strategically.
to be strategically used.
You know, as opposed to, you know, nuclear bombs that you can just launch all willy-nilly wherever you want. That's so true.
Because you can hurt your own troops
Yeah.
with that. When they use mustard gas or that's what they called it in World War One, they had to use that shit like a precise times. They had to make sure the way the wind was blowing, if it wasn't raining, all.
Yeah, well, nukes are generally a lot heavier than mustard gas, so, you know, it's not really gonna, like, whether or not it's raining or the wind is blowing in the wrong way, that's not really gonna make a difference.
Kinds of things. That gas was strategically used. They didn't can't use it on a daily basis.
As opposed to nukes, which are used on a daily basis? Okay.
Rain in East Texas.
Oh my god. We strategically dropped the sun on Japan twice? Yep.
Yeah, but again, chemical weapons are not weapons of mass destruction. It's just not.
Yeah, nobody is saying that mustard gas is a weapon of mass destruction. Literally, like, you're arguing against the voices inside your head. Also, goodbye, Limer. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. Oh my god, now he's dead air maxing? Dude, I'm too tired for this.
No, you can't. You can't disperse bioweapons on a large scale.
Yes, you can? But what are you talking about? Yeah, if you have the resources and technology to do that, yeah, you can do that. In which case you could argue that it's like, you know, it'd be akin to a weapon of mass destruction. Yeah, that's like a thing you can do. What?
How are you going to do that?
What?
How would you
my cat's trying
disperse chemical weapons on a large scale? Come on, Einstein. Come on.
God, this is not a real person.
It's effective. It's effective. I wouldn't say it's not.
Just use more of it, lol. No, you can only use X amount, and like in one spot at once, actually.
Not effective, but you can't do like the guy said, disperse it on a large scale.
Why?
You would have to like fucking crop dust, shit like that. It's bullshit. They didn't even do that during the war, crop dust like this, because it's probably not that effective to use it that way. Bro, you could dump, like in the Great Lakes, you could dump so much shit in that lake, you wouldn't even affect it. You know how much water is in the Great Lakes? And they've never done it. When was the last time they poisoned the water?
What do you don't think that, like, you can poison water? Okay. Alright, just ignore all the large body of waters that have been poisoned by, you know, pollution, humans using them. But, alright, sure.
You see that on TV. That's it. So, like, you'd think, oh, they could do it in the water. They can't.
Why? Why
Bro,
not?
you could dump a fucking tractor trailer full of paint in the Great Lakes and it won't do shit.
I mean, if we're talking about, like, a very large body of water, yeah, like, a few buckets of paint probably isn't going to do as much. Right, but if you do that over and over again every day, and then you have like I don't know, like 1,000 other people doing it every day, then like, yeah, you might start noticing a difference. That's why it happens over a long period of time, not on day one.
To the Great Lakes. That's how much water there is. Fresh water.
Love your outfit, especially the skirt. Holy shit, Femyoz legs. Hell yeah.
It's not going to do anything. Maybe a small body of water, but you're just watching too much television.
Not like you would ever learn everything from Fox News, of course.
Hey, Susan, you guys need...
He's literally describing the plot of the Simpsons movie. You know, that sounds about right.
You guys need to limit your discussion. Yeah, that's true. I agree with that.
Sure.
There's only one weapon of mass destruction, and that's like a
Flint water crises say what? Real. So real. Acid rain exists? Well, just don't pay attention to that, okay? If you ignore all of the evidence that proves him wrong, then he's basically right.
nuclear bomb, an atomic bomb, if they exist.
My water supply was poisoned by radioactive ooze. Turned the fucking turtles into ninjas. Yo, based.
That's not true. What you just said was a psychological operation. That is more effective than a physical, chemical operation.
Effective for what?
Psychological. To psychologically convince the public that they're in danger of something that they're not in danger of.
Like what?
Understand?
Like what is the end goal there? What do you get out of that?
That's a psychological look at Hitler. He used psychological tactics.
That's what he was known for, was psychological tactics? What? Do you think that killing Jews in concentration camps was just a psychological tactic, or was that like them physically doing stuff? Now, it has negative psychological effects, sure. There might be psychological reasons behind, you know, certain things, but yo, it's this guy again? Yep.
They tried to do it in all wars. They use psychology.
Yeah, dude. Adolf Hitler, known psychologist. Very true.
Psychology is probably one of...
This guy thought Andrew Jackson was the top 3 president. No, he said it was the top 1 president. It's even worse. It's like, yo, who's your favorite president? Oh, I don't know, the most racist one. You know, just ignore the, you know, I'm sure that all the Native Americans just happened to magically disappear or wear invisibility cloaking devices while he was in office.
The strongest weapons they have. Yeah, Julie, I understand that, but how do you deliver it to affect the amount of people that it's making massive, like, to give it the dramatic effect of weapons of mass destruction?
Yup, those exist. Yeah, we have documented evidence of it.
What does that even fucking mean?
It means that they are weapons that cause destruction on a mass scale. For example, if you, I don't know, drop a nuke on Hiroshima, let's just say that Hiroshima and everything around it is not going to be livable for a very long time after the nuke is dropped. Okay, that's how that works, right? Because you have like the initial impact of the bomb, which is very large, and an even larger area of the where the radiation is, right? Good luck living in that.
You know how long it took Germany to fucking blow up cities? Days, weeks to do that. You know how many bombing raids they had to do to like blow up cities? Thousands.
Yeah, what about Hiroshima? How many bombs were required to blow up Hiroshima? Thousands or just one? What do you think they used? What do you think happened to Hiroshima during World War II? What do you think happened there?
You know what else Hitler used? Gas, because it's... Yeah, but they used it... If they did use it, they used it sporadically.
What do you mean, if they did use it?
They didn't use it. They didn't constantly use it.
What? How do you think the Jews died? What do you think happened in the concentration camps? They used it sporadically, but not consistently? Okay, what do you think happened when Jewish people in the concentration camps went into the showers? What do you think happened? Why do you think they didn't make it out alive? Whoa. Oh, it was just sporadic? They sporadically died? Hiroshima was fucked up. Oh yeah, no, I don't disagree with that. but like for him to like just like deny it happened, it's like kind of insane.
Because you could only use it strategically.
You can only use it strategically? Huh? Sporadically and strategically are not the same, my friend. But all right.
It's not like you're shooting rounds.
Yeah, they just showered too hard.
It's completely different.
They just drowned in the shower water.
You can't just use that gas. Everything has to be perfect for it to work.
But what? What do you think killed the Jewish people in the showers during World War II? Because I'll tell you, it wasn't the shower water.
Sporadically, yeah. Thanks, Daniel. Sporadically.
All the weapons are used strategically. That's what war is. Yeah. People don't just like randomly place bombs in random spots for no reason. That doesn't fucking happen.
Sporadically. Does anybody feel sporadically right now?
You mean sporadic? Yeah, Aga's no longer blessing me. But I'd restart. But I'm sort of like fucking with the chill vibes.
Bro, we live in a chemical-rich environment.
Oh, and
people work in factories full of chemicals, and
therefore nukes don't exist. What?
You're just watching too much television. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you would never watch Fox News.
They're making it dramatic, but it's not.
0.25.
It's not the easiest weapon to administer.
Yeah.
Nobody was saying that it's super easy to administer? That wasn't the argument?
Dexter!
No, I'm not talking about all up today. I've gotten so bored of her.
Look this up. As of 20, there are more than... I believe you about the billionaires. Because the reason why you see more billionaires is because the value of money is going down.
Well, there's also like an increase in the disparity in wealth between like, I don't know, the average person and like the wealthy elite, right? Even if you account for inflation, right? The wealth gap has just increased, especially the generational wealth gap.
That's why. As inflation goes up, the value of money increases.
I'm sorry, what did he just say? Did he just say as inflation goes up, the value of money increases?
Inflation goes up.
Hold on.
That's why. As inflation goes up, the value of money increases.
Dude. Dude. As inflation goes up, the value of money increases, apparently.
You understand that concept? So
yeah, dude. As inflation goes up, the value of money increases. Dude, it's the infinite money glitch.
So with the value of money decreasing.
Oh, there we go. Yes, decreasing.
The amount of money people have increase because it looks like you have more money for
the amount of money people has increases. It looks like you have, huh? Okay, so now you're saying the opposite?
Amount of money people have increase because it looks like you have more money for the value of what it really is. You understand?
No, that was not a coherent sentence.
Yeah, I don't know if I explained.
Yeah, he graduated from Harvard. Dude, we're all laughing at him, but we just don't understand the sheer intellect behind his position. Good night, everyone. This is enough stupidity for me tonight. Good night, the crazy gamer.
So, like, there's probably more millionaires now.
There's probably more millionaires now? Well, yeah, no shit, there's more millionaires. There's also more billionaires. And it's not just because of inflation.
Than there ever was because the value of money.
Yeah, you don't think there's anything else that would contribute to that?
At one time...
You don't think that billionaires hoard their wealth?
You could buy a car, a beautiful car for $3,000. Like a Cutlass Supreme, right? I don't know who knows, right? You could buy a fucking...
We get it. You used to be able to, like, buy your... I don't know, what's something that old people buy? Your fucking rotary phone for 25 cents because you're old. Like, we get it.
Buy a used car for...
I mean, you haven't heard this recently enough, but your choker is super cute, girl. Thank you, Jay.
$500 a good used car. You can't do that now. Oh my gosh! Oh man, John Diddler, $50. Oh, you didn't have to do.
Dude, he's getting donated to by the
Do
diddler.
that, buddy.
He does not know how inflation works at
A
all.
bottle of Suave Bola. Thank you, my good friend. Wow, that is something. I'm gonna make you a moderator.
Dude,
I have to
dude, his one moderator is John Diddler. Let's go.
add as a moderator. Wow.
Who donated to him? Somebody called Joe Diddler, or I think it was John Diddler? Joe Diddler? I think it was John Diddler. I am... Dude.
Thank you, my friend. Oh my gosh.
You going to buy wine?
He wants me to buy a bottle of wine.
You know, if he got that amount of money when he was, like, growing up, he would have been able to buy himself, like, 30 new rotary phones. You know?
Thank you,
Okay,
sir.
good.
Let me see if I can pin this to the top. What a generosity. Let me see. Put. Port, move, channel, move. Wow.
He's very good at this.
Gave me
Joe Diddler, Diddler of
a
Joe's,
$50
yes.
super chat.
Nice.
Wow.
Thank you. Oh, this is so cute.
I'm going to spend that money well. You know how? I'm going to fix my boat. Look at my video about the boat.
No.
Did you see the boat? The video I just did about my new $1.4 million boat?
No way this guy has a $1.4 million boat. Dude, this is what I mean when I say we're cooked. Like, if you just, like, have, like, generational wealth, like, you just inherit wealth, this is what you turn into. Like, you never had to work into anything. You didn't have to work for anything. You didn't have to actually use your fucking brain. You turn into this guy.
That super chat is going to go towards my boat. Minimum wage in 70. Yeah, exactly. So, you see, there's my point. Susan. See, Susan I love Susan. See, she gets it.
Yeah, Susan gets it.
In 1974,
Yeah, this is probably the smartest Trump supporter.
$1.34, if you had like $200,000 in the bank, you were rich. But today, there's so many people that have millions of dollars. It's so easy to make. You could
Yeah, dude, there's so many people with millions of dollars just, like, laying around.
flip 2 houses and have $1 million.
I hope that dono came from an iPhone. Me too, because then he would only get 50% instead of 70.
That's it.
You see the zero put? You see the first line?
Right. I paid $200 for the same car. I had a '69 Chevy
$200 for a car? Damn, what a steal.
Impala 4-door.
Put it in front.
My neighbor sold it to me. I had the same car.
Oh, so your neighbor sold it to you.
That's what I made.
At the front or the back?
Yeah, $1 something.
Yes, everyone's rich. Poverty solved.
Right. I remember my dad used to make $3 an hour, and we lived in a house.
Right here.
Damn, you're fucking old. $3 an hour. You're ancient. You're a fossil. Damn.
My dad never drove, but we had a nice house. We had a house in Brooklyn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was able to buy a house.
Yes.
I think our first house, we paid $40,000.
Let me see the rest of this.
$40,000, and then we bought a beautiful house for $80,000.
Yeah.
$80,000,
0.25
That's still a lot of money.
right there.
and we had a
That's
12%
finally-
mortgage.
Yep.
My waitress friend makes $4.25 an hour. Yeah, but that doesn't include tips.
80 grand, and it took. We had a 30-year
Yeah, if you're homeless, just buy a house all logic.
mortgage on
Yeah.
80,000. Now
Who in chat here is a millionaire? Yo, prove it by donating $1 million right now.
houses are 500,000. So for somebody to have $1 million, it's not that hard. So for somebody
Dude, whoever's a millionaire in chat, donate $1 million right now. Dude. That's how we know.
to be a
Dude.
billionaire is not
Dude, just imagine, like, everyone watching is a millionaire. How many people do I have watching? Not many. 30 people? Did I get $30 million? You're all secretly millionaires?
that hard either. You could fucking become a billionaire with Bitcoin. Nobody had Bitcoin. It was harder to make money back when Susan said things were $1.34 than it is today. Today it's so easy to make money. There's money.
Wow, it's almost like you make more and spend more. Yeah, that is inflation. Yup. The number is different, but like conceptually it's the same. But yup, that is how it works. Yet you get paid more and things are more expensive. That is true.
Everywhere. You just got to know how to go out and get it.
It sounds nice being like, oh my god, dude, like everything used to cost less, and it's like, yeah, but you also made a lot less money. doing the same shit. So it's like, it's just like the same thing but with less numbers. It's just like a smaller number on both ends. So it's like it's not necessarily like oh my god, I was so good back then. You're just like thinking in retrospect, like, oh, it only costed this much. But like that much money, that number is something that you already have like a weight attached to. You've already attached like a value to that.
You got to know how to go and earn it, and you could
I bet this guy thinks tariffs are making goods cheaper. Probably.
be wealthy very, very easily. It's not difficult.
It's not impossible. If you got someone to donate $300,000, Jesus fuck. 300 grand? Nah, there's no way. Was it 10 muses? Dude.
Difficult today.
There you go.
It was harder back in the 70s to make money
Right.
because nothing had value.
Okay. So what's your point?
What?
Dude, I think he's figuring out what inflation is in real time. Like, yeah, dude, everything used to be so cheap. It costed less money. But now that I think of it, everything you did made less money too. Yeah, astute observation.
So people were just content with everything they had.
Okay. What? Do you think that the number being higher makes people less content? Is that how that works?
I can't hear what he said.
Like if it's the same thing but the number is higher, that makes people less content? Is that why people are less content?
And there were a lot of jobs.
He's a liar. I'm from the 70s and this is so false. Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a fucking fossil like this guy. You know, he was like already old enough to be like a father in the 70s. You know. Now he's like a grandfather or great-grandfather.
Jobs, yeah.
He's welcome to come here anytime you want.
Who?
He,
He wants to come here?
no, he said he missed
Chump change. I could drop a good 2 mil if I wanted.
me.
Who is 10 muses? That was like a huge oiler for Finster. I only remember that because somebody made a video about it. Like, because like there was like I don't even remember what it was. But and people were like accusing like Finster of like getting groomed or some shit. And I'm like, okay, that's great. There's like no evidence. It's just like they're just saying that because like they end up being trans.
Tell Gabe I need him.
John's gonna.
Yeah, no, it's literally just romanticizing the past.
There
Yeah.
you go.
Hello, Waffle Monster 94. Good to see you again.
Bread was, right, pizza. Remember $1 slice? No, 10 cents ice and a quarter slice of pizza.
Yeah, but you already established that you made less money for the same amount of work. So yeah, you're gonna pay less for goods and services, but you're also making less. So yeah. That in of itself doesn't make shit harder to get. Like you're not whatever.
Fucking pizza now is like $6. $6 a slice.
It's true.
You could still buy dollar slices in Manhattan.
Like you're just like not looking at both ends of the equation.
They have dollar pizza.
Femi does need a $1 million drop. I would like scream with happiness, of course, not being like I would actually cry. I don't think that's ever gonna happen. I would cry if someone dropped like 10 grand or like even 1 grand. Like I would not know how to process that information. But to me, anything above like I don't know. I guess like anything like above like 50K or 100K is like not even a real number to me.
It is. Everything was right, even interest rates, deductible. It was a complete. Then when a certain
10 Muses was a rich surgical. Yeah, I don't even know how the fuck Finster ended up like because that's like how many years worth? I mean, 300K. That's like many years of living expense. That'd be like I don't know, like probably like half a decade of living expenses to live comfortably. I think. I don't know.
certain
Oh yeah, this guy does refuse to connect the dots.
group of people took over the banking industry, they just fucked everything up. They made everything because the theft. See, what I think is like in the 50s and the 60s and in the 70s, there was no governmental theft. The government
By theft, do you mean taxes? You don't think that you paid taxes back then?
Was under control. People respected the government. The people who was people like in the government were respected. They didn't
People were respected in the government, therefore it had less power?
want to steal. They were for the people, and everything was cheap.
I've lost 400K on a business. Jesus. These are not real numbers to me. These are just made up. Once I'm safe and the IRS isn't looking into me, I'll drop the 1 mil super chat. Don't worry, Femi. Let's go. If I ever win the lottery, I won't tell people, but there will be signs. $500 super chats instead of regular chat messages.
Cheap. Then when everybody started coming in and fucking stealing, and then the government borrowing billions and billions of dollars from the banks, everything went to shit. We are where we are now.
Okay.
Derek Pay, bullshit. Yeah, I agree, bullshit.
So wait, you're saying that the government borrowing from the banks made everything go to shit? I thought that the problem was that, like, taxes are bad or something.
Daniel Price.
Weren't high bracket income taxes higher in the 70s? I think so. Well, were they? I think proportionally. Yeah. No, what? I don't know. I'd have to look that up.
There was no governmental theft. Oh, are you kidding me? Back then, I don't think there would. The government really wasn't borrowing money.
The government wasn't borrowing money? Okay, where do you think it got money from? What do you think caused the government to, I don't know, be able to have money?
They didn't start borrowing money until like the 90s. Yeah, the government was basically basing their.
Do you think that Trump is helping us decrease our deficit? Because I can assure you that, like, all the numbers seem to contradict that notion. He's not doing anything to help fix the our deficit spending.
Well,
he's decreasing taxes for the rich and not decreasing spending.
On tariffs, import taxes, and
I owned a winery. I'm 30 years older than you, Femi. Damn. I see a number like $400K, and I'm like, that is a fake number.
Sales taxes, and then the government.
Like that is like unobtainable to me. Like that is something I don't see myself having all at once.
Shifted to property taxes and income taxes, and did away with sales tax and import taxes, and put the burden of taxation on the citizen and took it away from the consumer. So if they would have kept it on consumer, we would be living in a slower society.
You know, it doesn't surprise me that you would want things to be slower. I mean, you are a very slow-minded individual. You know? I mean, bro definitely wrote this short bus to
So
school.
when you start taxing the people's income, they demand more money.
What? Huh? Huh? What are you talking about?
Because now I'm going to my employer and I'm saying to my employer, hey, I need $120,000. Why? Oh, because the government's going to take $30,000 of it.
What, huh? The government is taking $30,000 from you in taxes, which would mean you'd make significantly more than $30,000 a year. If that's what the government is taking from you a year, what do you need the 120 grand for? Like, clearly you're just not spending your money very wisely. Why the fuck would you need to ask your employer for more money if that's the case? You're not going to be taxed where the amount of taxes you pay is greater than the amount of income you're making. Like, what do you need the 120 grand for? Oh, so you can, like, buy another $1 million boat or something? Okay.
So I'm only left with $80,000 cash to buy a house, buy a car, go to college, live a good life, go on vacation, buy food,
Go on vacation? Why do you need to go on vacation? That's not a necessity. That's a want, not a need. You don't need that to live. I don't ever go on vacation. Why? Because that shit's expensive. You don't need vacations.
right? But if the government didn't tax me personally or tax my home, I wouldn't need 100. We'd be making less money.
What would you need 100 grand for?
Because
Like an additional 100 grand? Because you get taxed?
the government wouldn't look towards, for me to fund them.
But then you say you have like $1 million boat? You're probably making enough. But, all right.
They would look for the consumer to fund the government. So they would
What? You're also a consumer. Huh?
raise sales tax.
Why? Why can't you do both? So you just like want goods and services to be more expensive? What? Why? That's stupid. Though. You do realize if you just raise sales tax, that poor and rich people are going to be paying the exact same amount of tax. Like, do you not see why there's a problem with that? If all of that tax was to go to sales tax exclusively, then that means that poor people aren't going to be able to afford that shit. Like, what? You're just fucking over poor people. Why should poor people pay the same amount of taxes as rich people? That seems ridiculous. The rich people have way more that they'd be able to have tax. Like, huh? This is such a stupid idea.
And then prices of goods would go down because
Prices of goods would go down if all taxes were sales tax? No, you'd be paying more for goods and services because of the sales tax, which means that you're paying whatever the company charges, whatever it costs, plus the amount of profit they want to make, plus the sales tax. That means you're paying more.
it would balance out with the sales tax.
It would balance out with the sales tax? Huh?
So now sales taxes are low and property taxes are high.
Okay. What's the issue with sales taxes being low?
You see the problem there?
No?
The shift? That's what happened.
Like, if you're able to afford a more expensive property, then yeah, you're probably able to afford more taxes. Like, if somebody is barely scraping by, like, they're not gonna be able to, like, pay all of the taxes in terms of sales tax. Like, why the fuck should they have to pay the same amount of tax as a rich person?
Happened. When guys were making $1.34, they weren't taxed.
You don't think that taxes existed? Also, if everything was just sales tax, wouldn't the person making $1.34 suffer more than any rich person? Because again, that same tax is going to affect them more.
The houses weren't taxed. When
Okay. How do you think the government collected money?
they shifted the burden of taxation from the consumer onto the citizen, the wages.
Every citizen is a consumer. What the fuck are you talking about? They just changed the way that they did taxes in order to make it more efficient economically?
Had to go up because of taxes. You get a guy working minimum wage, he's taxed.
Hold on, wait. You do realize that if we're basing it on income, right? We could make it so that, I don't know, the guy making minimum wage doesn't get taxed. That's an option. How about we don't tax people that make under X amount of money? That's a possibility. If you make less than X amount of dollars a year in income, then you don't have to pay any taxes. That's the beauty of an income tax. And then you don't have to pay that in sales tax either. If we were to just like replace income tax with sales tax, then guess what? The person who makes minimum wage is going to have to pay that tax no matter what when they buy goods, which they need to do to survive, like, food, water, electricity, plumbing, all those things, things that you need. But, clothes.
How stupid is that? The guy makes $15 an hour, and you.
Yeah, except your system is the one in which the guy making $15 an hour would have to pay more in taxes. And the rich person that makes, $500K a year pays less in taxes. But do you not see the issue with that?
You want to take $3 out of his $15, right? Or whatever. What is it? $4?
Well, wouldn't that be what's happening with sales tax? When they buy goods and services?
So what do they tax out of $15? The state wants some. Then you got to pay Social Security. You got to pay Medicaid. You got to pay federal. So by the time
What do you think taxes are for?
you make 15, you're only getting 9. So the government should just pay you the 9, right? Keep the money, and then when you go buy something, you got to.
You mean like how tax deductions work? Where you don't get the money until you get tax returns? That's called a tax return. What do you think a tax return is? That's already what they do. Like you have access to the money that isn't going to be taxed no matter what, and then you get tax returns. That he's literally just trying to describe tax returns. Well, what if the government kept this money until you got tax returns? Yeah, that's like already what we do. But
Save your money. You need more of your personal income to buy something to fund the tax.
what? You need more of your personal income to buy the money to fund the tax? I'm not even going to respond.
And now you have a choice. And then the government would spend less money because
The government would spend less money if they got less money? Well, that's just not true. Because, like, Trump is cutting taxes for the rich, but there's no decrease in deficit spending, right? He's not decreasing spending.
because now the government knows, well, we can't depend on the citizen. We can't tax them. We
Who do you think makes income? It's going to be citizens and corporations, right?
have to wait for the consumer. So there'll be
Who do you think consumes things? It's mostly citizens, right? Obviously, there's going to be, like, whatever, illegal immigrants or whatever, right? But it's going to be citizens. Like, citizens are consumers. Like, those are one and the same. Like, you can't function in society without being a consumer. You have to consume goods to live. I'm sorry, what? Like, you have to buy things like food and shelter. You are a consumer.
more frugal with the spending like they did before they started taxing the shit out of the citizens.
What? But okay. But deficit spending isn't decreasing under Trump. So clearly you're just not right about that.
And taxing people's homes. Property taxes wasn't a thing until like the 90s. You know who started huge
I don't know if that's true or not. I wasn't around back then.
property taxes in the state of New Jersey? Christine Whitman.
I don't know who that is.
Christine Whitman was a champion to tax people's properties.
The problem being what exactly?
Where Governor Florio, a Democrat, didn't want it.
Right? Because like I think that like taxing people's property makes a lot of sense actually, right? Because what you'll notice is when you tax income, right, which is obviously going to be better than sales tax, right? It's going to make it more proportionate to the amount of money that somebody makes, right? People can just like one of the loopholes that like many rich people and corporations will use is investing all of that money in assets, right? So they're gonna have like if you actually look at what their net income is, right? There are gonna be instances where it like appears to be lower than it actually is, right? The reason for that is just because they're using all the money to spend it on assets, right? In order to not pay taxes. But that's how people avoid taxes. Is just spending their money on assets. But that's what rich people and corporations do all the time.
Tax people's homes. He was against that. And what did they do? They ran him out of town. Remember that? It was like, I think, whatever.
So there was one guy that was in favor of property tax that got ran out of town, therefore property taxes are bad.
In 1986, Florida.
I think that assets ought to be taxed. But there should be common sense.
Free. Because they made a campaign. They convinced you.
What do you think rich people do to avoid taxes? They just like spend it all on assets. That's how they avoid income tax. What are you talking about?
That sales tax, because Floyer was for sales tax. He wanted to tax commodities like you.
Yeah, except sales tax is going to affect poor people a lot more than rich people. Because poor people, they got to buy things. They're still consumers. Rich people, what do? Well, they hoard wealth as much as possible. So, yeah, you're just encouraging them to hoard wealth. You are like, not only is it the case that it would disproportionately negatively affect poor people, but you are incentivizing rich people to hoard wealth, which is bad for the economy. And the government gets less money as a result of it, right? But more importantly, it's bad for the economy, and it disproportionately negatively affects poor people. It makes the rich richer, and it incentivizes them to hoard their wealth and not spend it on anything, to not stimulate the economy. I don't think this guy knows what the fuck he's talking about.
You want to buy toothpaste, you pay so much tax. Like they do in Europe. You want to buy toilet paper, it's a commodity. You pay this tax, you pay that.
Why? Why should you have to pay like super high sales taxes for like basic necessities? Well, this is fucking stupid. Why not have I don't know, like an income tax? Where it's like on the basis of your income? And also property tax and taxes on things like assets?
No, they wanted to make the consumer pay less taxes.
Who do you think consumers are? Michael Nelson is live talking about all the trolls, like he doesn't know why? Damn. Yeah, it's like his idea of taxes is let's tax the poor, essentially. It's just like a tax on poor people. Rich people can just hoard their wealth, right? That's gonna, because poor people are gonna generally have to, like if you're barely scraping by, right, you're gonna buy cheaper things that don't last as long, right? So like for instance, if let's say there's a let's say there's like a $10 pair of shoes that lasts for half a year before they get like destroyed and like are hardly wearable. Okay, it's $10. Now let's say you got like a $50 pair of shoes that lasts you like, I don't know, like 10 years, right? Now a poor person isn't going to be able to afford the $50 pair of shoes, but you are spending less money over the course of 10 years, right? If you buy the $50 pair of shoes over the $10 pair of shoes every 6 months, right? But a poor person isn't going to have enough money saved in order to buy the $50 pair of shoes, right? They can only buy the $10 and they need the shoes. So they are going to spend the $10 every 6 months. So being poor is weirdly enough in some ways more expensive than being rich. So if anything, in some cases, when it comes to goods and services akin to that, right? Poor people will more frequently buy cheaper goods that don't last as long, right? They're going to most likely pay more sales tax as a result based on this person's system. Now, I don't understand how he doesn't see why that's wrong. Like this isn't like, I'm not like you don't have to be an economist to understand this. Like I'm not particularly good at economic shit. I'm not like an expert in the field or whatever. Right? I just have surface level knowledge. But like this is knowledge that everybody should have.
But they and in order to help the consumer, the corporations, they put the tax burden on people's homes.
Huh? No, the corporations don't do that. The government does that. What?
And that's why Jersey and even New York, Long Island has the highest
Who do you think decides how taxes work? Corporations or the government?
property tax rates in the country. Because they shifted from the consumer paying the taxes for schools and the state and all that shit to the property owners. So now it's harder to buy a home. So if you buy a home and your taxes are $15,000 a year, the bank has to take that into consideration.
Yeah, but you're going to be able to save more money if you're paying less in sales tax. Right? Whatever it is you would have been paying in sales tax, right? That's money that you get to save, potentially. Right? And if you can't save that money, then you wouldn't have been able to buy those goods and services in the first place without going in debt. Yes, corporations, famous guardians of consumer interests. Very true. Yes, this is the super Italian variant of Joe Rogan.
Well, your income can't afford the $15,000 a year, so you can't afford a $400,000 home. I remember my friend.
Oh yeah, dude. Because everyone would otherwise be able to afford a $100K home. Yeah, dude. Everyone just has $100,000 to spend. This guy is so divorced from reality. Like, how much money do you think the average American has?
I'll
tell you what, it's not enough to buy a home. People live in apartments for a reason. It's not because they do it for funsies, right? Because over time, I think, after, I don't know what the amount of years would be, but I think on average, like the amount that you spend on rent adds up to being more than whatever your mortgage payments would be after a certain amount of time, right? But guess what? There's a reason why people that are poor live in apartments and people that are, richer live in houses, right? Because like, again, even though like over like a certain period of time living in a house would actually be cheaper than renting out of place of the same size / quality, right? You're not able to like buy an entire house, right? You don't have enough money to just like spend on that, right? Otherwise you're going into hella debt. Have fun paying interest.
Right? A guy that I knew, a truck driver.
Again, like I think that people oftentimes also fail to realize that like being poor is like kind of fucking expensive in a weird way. Because like you have to like buy everything in like small payments. You don't have money to save, and you have basic necessities that you need. Things like food, clothing, housing, etc. Right?
He got married, he bought a house, and he paid $134,000. His property taxes was $6,500.
Yeah, I mean, if you're able to buy a house and you have all that money saved up, you're probably able to say, I don't know, afford that. Like I don't like, it's not like he's gonna go into fucking debt paying taxes.
I says, motherfucker, you're paying.
Where do you think that tax goes, right? It's not just gonna be like federal tax money and state tax money, right? Like if you I don't know, like live near whatever school district, like your taxes go to that as well. Now you could critique that and be like, okay, so it seems to be the case that richer areas have more money that goes to school districts, which just increases like the sort of wealth disparity between the people that are already rich and the people that are already poor, because the rich people get to go to nicer schools because they live in nicer areas. Right, but he's not going to make that argument.
Paying $6,500 on a $134,000 house? He goes, yeah. I says, your property taxes are worth more than your house. So he's got to take 65.
Yeah, I mean, what area does he live in? Right? Like, it's going to depend on the area you live.
100 divided by 12. You know what a $134,000 mortgage is? Is nothing. Over 30 years. Think
like, you're not just paying for the house, keep in mind, right? Like, you're also paying for, like, the area that you live in.
about it. But he had to take that $550 a month just for property taxes. That's more than his mortgage. Over
okay.
30 years. Figure it out. You understand why people, instead of fighting over the lame...
Okay, so do you think that all of that money should be paid for in sales tax by poor people? What the fuck are you saying?
You should only complain about taxes when you talk to your politicians.
I don't need to mod anybody right now. There's like barely anybody in chat.
You see a politician on like Facebook, you should answer, when are you going to lower my sales tax? I mean, my income taxes. Why don't you lower my property tax? I'm sick of...
Okay, how is the government going to make up for the deficit in spending? Exactly. Like, I mean, first of all, the government needs to spend money, no matter what. So, like, where are they going to get the money from? Just translate all of it to sales tax?
Tired of paying property.
I don't think he understands. Like, the government would need the same amount of money. They would just be getting it in like a less efficient way.
Tax. Why don't you base the state income
in a way that disproportionately harms poor people and benefits rich people?
On sales tax on all goods and services.
Yeah, we can move on from this guy. We can move on from this guy. He is getting a little bit repetitive, to say the very least. I'm a little bit tired of watching him fucking yap, to say the very least. Anyways. I think, what do we look at next? Do we do Trumpster Bob, maybe? I don't know. ASMR? Sorry if I got the vibe. No, I was like, I probably wasn't gonna watch him for that much longer anyway. I was starting to get a little bit bored. But like, I don't know, there's like a part of me where it's like, oh, I'm kind of curious though, what he has to say. But it's like, yeah, no, it's probably time to, it's like an autism thing. Sometimes I struggle to switch gears. I don't want to do ASMR. I'm not in the mood. His bald dome blinded the viewer is true. Dude, the sunlight reflecting off the top of his head is bad for your eyes. Yeah, we're not doing Olive content, trust. I'm also bored of her. She's like boring. He's almost hypnotic. Yeah, you like want to learn more about him for some reason. You know what I mean? Like, it's like, oh, you know, this guy is a interesting critter. All right, let's see what Trumpster Bob has been up to. All right. All right. Okay, we've got Trump is winning, even in South America. Texas veto THC, Iran, more with T-Bob Love. Guarantee he pronounces it as Iran. I told ya Trump was gonna bomb Iran. Okay, did we watch that one? Trump is purchasing your Republican vote for $5,000? Wait, is he calling out Trump? I mean, it's Trumpster Bob, so maybe we could watch this one. Alright, let's see. What's he yapping about? Did we get microwave noises in the background? Let's go.
It was led by wonderful people who...
Okay, he's just listening to TV. Oh, look at this smug piece of shit. Oh, God, ew. That is... So much for that short stream law. Streaming is an addiction of mine. Look at this smug piece of shit eaten on camera within the first 5 minutes. Oh my god. Dude, he's literally just dead air maxing. Dude, what is this, a Chud Logic stream? Jesus Christ. Dude, even Chud Logic doesn't have this much dead air. That's actually impressive. Dude, he still has dead air. Dude, this is the intro. This is the... Look at this fucking smug piece of shit. He just doesn't give a fuck. He's not even gonna do an intro. He's just gonna... eat his food, I guess. I've been starting to dive down the rabbit hole of Christians who are obsessed with the Shroud of Turin and quote-unquote debunking the proof that it's a forgery. I'm sure we'll find a content-worthy character. Feel free to send it to me if you do. Alright, we're not watching him eat gross food. This is disgusting. He's still doing... Okay, we're gonna skip ahead. Dude. Yeah,
weirdos.
Yeah, what about these weirdos?
Christian. They tried to tout him off as a Christian nationalist. He corrected them here and he said he's an evangelical Christian.
Oh, huge difference. You know, there's a big difference, of course. You know, those are totally not the same. You know, in the realm of politics. So not only does he doesn't say that he's not a Christian nationalist, he just responded saying he is an evangelical Christian. But that the question is not pertinent, right? That's you know, what we call dodging the question. So he's like evading the question, right? That probably means that he is a Christian nationalist, right?
Which he stated right here. He's not a Christian nationalist.
No, he doesn't say that. If you actually like read what the article is saying, he's saying that he is an evangelical Christian, and that he refuses to respond to the question directly. Now that's usually what people do when the answer that they have, like a truthful answer, is optically bad.
He's an evangelical Christian. What's that got to do here?
You can be an evangelical and a Christian nationalist. Those aren't mutually exclusive. They tend to go hand in hand. But oh well. Dude, he's still fucking eating. Dude, what are you doing?
He didn't think the question was even pertinent.
Okay, so then he didn't answer the question.
And Volcano Press ball referred vaguely to debates in the think tank world about what it means to be a Christian nation before the two moved on.
Yeah, so he's just dodging the question. Like, that's what dodging the question is. He's not denying that he's a Christian nationalist. He's just like, oh, I don't know what that is. I am an evangelical, but you know, this question is just like so irrelevant. I'm just not going to answer the question. I'm just going to like dodge it entirely, which would take more time than just a yes or a no answer that would directly answer the question asked.
And for what went unsaid. Boss.
And if you're not sure what a Christian nationalist is, you just be like, define Christian nationalist. And then based on their definition, just be like, oh yeah, based on this definition, yes, or based on this definition, no.
reticence before lawmakers, notwithstanding the OMB director has spent years voicing passionate support for Christian nationalism.
Yep. That's true. Dude, he literally said we are a Christian nation. But, and he, when asked if he's a Christian nationalist, dodges the question. What do you think that means about him?
Vogt doesn't look at
What do you think that indicates about his political standing?
it that way. He looks at it as, well, we're a Christian nation.
It's like a Dr. Seuss character? Yeah. What does it mean if somebody believes that you're a Christian nation and that we ought to be such? Like, if you support Christian nationalism, believe that we ought to be a Christian nation, right? You don't believe in the separation of church and state. What do you think that indicates?
Which he then went on to state.
Yeah. Doesn't that contradict the other thing that you were saying, Bob? Like, what? You know, like you can't be correct about this because, like, true things don't have contradictions, dummy. Many Christians don't realize the Bible has been rewritten over 1,000 times, and the Old Testament is full of propaganda. With all of the denominations of Christianity, would it make sense for these people to want a full-blown theocracy? A Christian nationalist believes all people should assimilate to one culture. Generally, they mean Catholic. Yeah. Like, I would just like define it as somebody that like wants like I would define Christian nationalism to be like wanting like the nation to be specific, like wanting a like almost like directly or indirectly like a nationally endorsed religion, right? A reduction or elimination entirely of like separation of church and state. Like they want religion to become a part of the state. Right? That's what they're saying, essentially. But it's like the logical conclusion to their belief.
So this is really a question that shouldn't even...
Right, and the reason I frame it that way is because if we're talking about the separation of church and state, right, like it's just like in the Constitution, right? So then if somebody is in favor of eliminating that, right, then it's like, okay, you have to be conservative who's arguing against the Constitution as well, right? Now, if you're a leftist and you don't give a fuck about the Constitution or whatever, let's say, right, you're just like, America's bad, I don't care, right? That's a lot more justifiable than being a conservative who claims to care about traditional values and whatnot and claims to be pro-America, etc., right? And then it's like, oh, but you're like anti-Constitution. It's like one of the first things in the Constitution endorses a separation of church and state, says, no, these cannot be intertwined, which is something I agree with, by the way. The Constitution is correct. They shouldn't be intertwined.
be asked because it should be...
So theocracy, well, yeah, Christian nationalist is generally going to be in favor of like some sort of theocracy or I guess like at least increasing the amount of like, I guess like characteristics that are associated with theocracies, right? Like Christian nationalism merely paves the way towards theocracy, right? Like that is the logical conclusion to it.
He expected that, yeah, he's a fucking Christian. Kiss our fucking ass, you don't like it, because it's a Christian fucking country. So many Christian Mexicans here, Christian Oriental people here, Christian Middle Eastern people here.
Yeah, there's also a lot of not Christian people here. Is it just a Christian nation because like there's like a bunch of Christians? Or I don't know, there's like a lot of non-white people here. There's like a lot of immigrants here. Would you say perhaps this is like an immigrant nation, like a melting pot perhaps? Oh, no. You're like anti-immigration. So that's like different. This is, oh my god, he got so much dead air. Holy shit. Yeah, times are very odd.
Their family's blood sweating. They bled blood on the battlefield to defend their people.
Defend their people from what? Violated entry number 466 trillion, and the conservatives don't actually believe in things like the Constitution, they just opportunistically claim to believe whatever's convenient. Their idea, yep.
So yeah, it is kind of a dumb question. But what they try to do on the...
Why is it a dumb question? I think it's perfectly reasonable to ask somebody with Christian nationalist tendencies who's, endorsed Christian nationalism passionately and has said that we ought to be some sort of Christian nation. Right? That Christianity ought to be intrinsic, like an intrinsic property of our nation. Right? If somebody's saying that, it's like a reasonable thing to like ask, like, okay, so like, are you would you consider yourself to be a Christian nationalist? If so, why? If not, why?
The left is making him out to be a bad guy because he's a Christian.
No, it's not because he's a Christian. It's because he's a Christian nationalist. Those don't mean the same thing. Nobody's saying you're a bad person if you're a Christian. People are saying you're a bad person if you're a Christian nationalist. Those aren't the same.
And this is him just flat out telling you, fuck yeah, I'm a Christian.
Nope, that's not what this is. It's him dodging the question as to whether or not he's a Christian nationalist. Those aren't the same thing.
And that's good fucking news.
I don't think that he has any reading comprehension. Let's see. It's a part of history of religious rhetoric that has gotten relatively little attention since Vought resumed leadership of the OMB. Sorry, this text is like really small. I have shit eyesight. It's like on my laptop screen, where he has played a subdued but significant role in what may be the largest winnowing of the U.S. government in history, as Elon Musk made headlines for shuttering U.S. aid and laying off thousands of federal workers. Vought's office has quietly administered mass firings in an apparent attempt to implement Project 2025, a massive policy document produced by the Heritage Foundation that Vought is credited with chiefly authoring. Interesting. Okay. Let's see. It's usually always about the Dominion and nationalism.
So now he moved back to OMB to be the leadership over there, but not before having a renouncing and wounding.
We are a Christian country. The laws are built off of a set of morals, and these morals are a mirror of the Ten Commandments that comes from examples. Thou shalt not steal. Shoplifting. Sort of. Yeah, I agree with us not being a Christian country. Like, we're explicitly a secular nation. Like, that's like what the founding fathers advocated in favor of and put into law. Like, that they literally put that in the Constitution. You could say that, like, some morals are, like, derivative of Christianity, but, like, ones that were put into law, but, like, that's not necessarily always the case, right? Like, it's not, like, the law is, like, necessarily a reflection of Christianity, right? Like, so, for instance, like a lot of Christians believe that, like, if you don't believe in Christianity, that you're going to hell, to suffer infinitely, right? Or that blasphemy is like one of the worst sins, right? There are people that believe that blasphemy is one of the worst sins. Or there's a reason that that's not illegal, because that would go against religious freedom, right? So it seems to be the case that rather than having that be the standard, right? It's not just like Christian morality. It's, I think it was like, at the very least, if nothing else, an attempt to find some sort of, I guess, like, morality or, like, ethical system that functions independent of any religion, right? That's, like, the whole point of, like a secular nation, is that it functions independent of Christian morality or Islamic morality or whatever it may be.
Change in the United States government, one of the biggest ever.
Like, I mean, like, because I would argue that, like, generally stealing is wrong, right? Because it causes harm to others, right? But I would even argue that, like, let's say there's, like, a homeless person, okay, and they need to feed their starving family, right? And they want to, they go break into, like, Walmart, right? Like a corporation that has billions of dollars, okay? And they steal like a one dinner's worth of food for their family. I would argue that what they're doing is morally correct, right? I would argue that, like, there are some laws where it's like, okay, like, even that, it's like we should, like, make it so that, like, okay, maybe we don't have, like, harsh, if any, punishments under these circumstances. Perhaps rather than punishing these people, we give them the ability to not have to do that in the first place, right? We make it so that, like, the only way to, I don't know, feed your family isn't stealing. Now, granted, I don't think that stealing from a large corporation is immoral anyways. Like, if I do it, like, I'm not starving. But if I do it, I'd say it's not morally wrong, right? Because I get far more utility than the large corporation from whatever it is that I steal, right? But yeah, that is what the Bible says. If you don't accept Jesus as your Lord and Savior, just to follow him, you go to hell. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, is, like, there's shit like that where it's like, okay, that's, like, obviously, like, not going to be like a law in a secular nation, right? And that's sort of like the distinction, right? So that'd be like a form of like Christian morality or like a Christian moral belief, right? But that wouldn't be like the law. So like law, like the laws wouldn't just be solely contingent upon Christian morality. So why it stands out is because the Christians are right. The only way to heaven is through Jesus Christ, and everyone else is screwed. Well, yeah, and it just like makes it so that like, okay, this God is like fucking evil, essentially. Okay. What are you doing, Reese? My cat is like being a schizo, I think, maybe. I don't even know where she's doing.
You ain't seen this kind of a Christian uprising in voting in over 115 years.
Damn, that's awesome. In the early chapters of the Bible, there was no salvation for anyone? Yeah. It's like, okay, so these people had to like all go to hell because like they existed and weren't perfect and they weren't made perfect. And they were born into sin? Okay. That makes sense. And that would be like most of human history. So most of human history, there would have been no salvation, right? So, yeah. Kinda makes you think. Evil god is to be like the one from Hinduism, like Shiva. I'm not too familiar with Hinduism, but I can tell you that the Christian god is, well, not as good as you might think. If you think he's like has like a good, morally upstanding character. So I can assure you that's not the case. It's a secular moral system that Christians cherry pick Bible verses to fit when they want to justify their claim that, quote, our laws are based on the Bible. Yeah, and people will take Bible verses and argue in either direction, right? People have used the Bible to justify and condemn slavery.
And
which I think is hilarious.
fought true to his cause.
No salvation under the crucifixion, that's how it was? Yeah, but like why? Like you're saying descriptively, if the Bible is true, that that's the case. Like I'm saying, like, why is that good or justifiable? Like, why should somebody, like, I don't know, like, suffer in hell infinitely for existing? That seems, like, kind of ridiculous. The Christian God did commit mass murder, that's true.
Administered mass firings in apparent attempt to implement.
It's like, so let me get this straight, right? Like, he created a set of circumstances that we're all born into where we need salvation from said circumstances. So he's basically currently like saving us from his own circumstances, but only if we believe in him, even though there's no evidence. If we believe in him and Jesus, okay? And then before that, there was just no salvation. It's like you're fucked no matter what. It doesn't that seem a bit ridiculous?
At Project 2025, which is pro-American.
The Bible doesn't really say much about hell. Yeah, but it does include it, right? I don't think it says anything at all about non-believers going there. Like, I'm 99% sure that it's like fan fiction, although, to be fair, it's been a while. I thought that non-denominational people also believed in that, as well as Christian fundamentalists and people that read the Bible literally. I'm pretty sure. I could be wrong.
Agenda, by the way. This Project 20.
We have more slaves now than at the height of the Roman Empire? Oh, okay. What? What's your point? If that's true, why is that relevant?
2025 is so pro-American, it will amaze you. You will love the majority, like 90% of all of this. I don't know.
These questions require more information to understand. For example, the Book of Giants was removed from the Bible, and it spoke about what was going on that made God cause the flood. Well, I'm sorry, but like nothing can make God do anything if he's all powerful. If it's the case that there are circumstances that God created that would make him react in that way, he could either A, make those circumstances different so they don't lead to that outcome, or B, he could just do something else. And nothing should be able to make him do anything if he's all powerful. He just doesn't have to do that. So like, yeah, God sins, yet he's called perfect. That's true. That's true. Like if he can't meet his own standards, like if he kills a bunch of people, if he commits mass genocide, then like, why would he hold us to standards that he doesn't hold himself to? It seems a bit hypocritical. Which is another thing that the Bible would condemn as being a hypocrite, which God is. Now, keep in mind, that's one of the many reasons that I guess one of the main reasons I am no longer a Christian, why I stopped being a Christian since like middle school, right? I'm 21 now, is because I firmly believe that true things don't have contradictions, right? And the things preached by the Bible necessitate contradictions, logically speaking. Therefore, it is false. Some of the sons of God rebelled and bred with the daughters of man and mixed in animals and created monstrosities. Yeah, okay, and? Yeah, some of them didn't. Also, he could have just made it so that, like, they can't breed with animals. Like, that's a thing that they could do. Like, I don't think a human can get a dog pregnant. Right? Otherwise, you'd see a bunch of, straight white women, you know, walking around with their half-human, half-dog child. But, yeah.
The whole goddamn thing.
I feel okay. So why is it the case that humans were able to like breed with like a bunch of animals before, but now they're not? Why didn't you just make it so that they weren't originally? Like, why could you breed with, I don't know, like a fucking elephant back then, but not now? Well, what's different? What did God change? Why didn't he make it like that in the first place? Humans could get chimps pregnant theoretically. Okay. I mean, I'd say God is described as not a benevolent figure, but a being of strict, brutal ideals. I mean, in the literature, it's described that he, God, doesn't really care about us, the people. Yeah, which contradicts like the whole notion of being like all loving. You can't be all loving and not care. All right, those are mutually exclusive, which would be like another contradiction. But the way he's described is contradictory. Right, and again, true things don't have contradictions. Right? If I have a belief that entails a contradiction necessarily, then that belief is necessarily false. Right? Or at least some aspect of that belief. Night, Femi. Good night, R. St. Charles. Hope you've enjoyed your stay. No idea. The Bible isn't reliable. It's been filled with propaganda and false information, and most of the important stuff is removed. Yeah, I don't think the Bible has ever been reliable. I think it's just like a series of made-up stories.
Well, it's helping.
God loves us in the same way a neglectful parent loves their child. Yeah, exactly. I was like, okay, so for his children, and then it's like, okay, we quote-unquote rejected by not believing he exists, right? And then, like, what, we go to hell to suffer infinitely for our finite actions as a result of that? It seems strange. It doesn't seem very logical, right? That'd be like if you were a parent, right? And let's say your child rejected you by when you tell them something without evidence, and then they ask you to substantiate your claim, and then you say, just trust me, bro. And then let's say they don't believe you. Maybe they're just being contrarian. Maybe they genuinely don't believe you, whatever it may be. And then you kick them out forever because they rejected you. Or like you give them like a 3-day window of time to like agree with you, and then you kick them out for not believing the same thing. Like it seems like a bit strange. Like, oh, go live on the streets. You rejected me. Like when we create like a parent-child dynamic, like it becomes very clear that it's like an abusive dynamic. But then if it's like a God and his children, suddenly it becomes a justifiable dynamic. But again, that's just like a contradiction. Right? People have inconsistent standards. Again, true things don't have contradictions. We have to earn his love by belief. Yeah, it's like, it's supposedly unconditional love, but like his actions say it's conditional. Right? It's very conditional love. It's conditional upon whether or not you believe in something without evidence. Quote, I'm a God-fearing Christian. And then 1 John 4:18, there is no fear in love, but perfect love casteth out fear, because fear hath torment. He that feareth is not made perfect in love. Yup. I get called a conspiracy theorist for saying that a common theme with these books is that get removed. They make Judea look bad. I mean, yeah, I don't know.
Helping Donald Trump expand the power of the executive power and of Donald Trump. He's implementing.
Can God make a corn so long that he can't eat it the long way? Ooh. Yeah, there are like weird paradoxes where it's like, okay, so if it's the case that he can't, then he's not all powerful. If he can, then that would mean that he can't eat it the long way, which would mean that he's not all powerful. I don't think it's logically possible to be all powerful. That's my take on it. I think a logical contradiction is entailed. I'm actually going to write that argument down, right? I don't know. Maybe I'll use that silly way of wording, but that's why there are so many contradictions. Okay. Do you believe that God is all powerful and all good and all knowing, or at least some of those? Let's see, guys. I know what we have to do. Recreate the Tower of Babel, so we can kill God. What's the Tower of Babel? You were halfway there? Yes? Okay. So, it's better than can God make an object he cannot break? We're halfway there. Yeah, so it's gonna be the case that, like, yeah, I would argue that, like, can he make like an object that he can't break? Is it the case that he can make corn so long that he can't eat it the long way? Right? Again, no matter what the answer is, a logical contradiction is entailed for just being all powerful. So I guess I would ask you, trying to mirror world, do you believe that true beliefs can entail contradictions? Like, do you think that something can be true and contradict itself? Corn is deaf, better content than object break. It depends on who I'm debating, if like the person like appreciates that humor or not. If who I'm trying to convince is, like an audience or just like an old Christian person. The Tower of Babel was created after the tribe of Judah mixed with the Canaanites, got enslaved. Wait, Tyrannomayor, trying to mirror world, is it trying? Yeah, trying to mirror world. Answer the question I asked. Do you believe that like, true beliefs can necessarily entail contradictions? Or do you believe it's the case that in order for a belief to be true, it must not entail any contradictions? Not really sure. Okay. All right. Do you believe it is possible, for, I don't know. Let's see here. Do you believe that A can equal not A? We'll start there. Like, do you believe that A equals A and that I would hope that your answer would be yes. Do you believe it's the case that like A can be equal to not A? I would hope your answer would be no, right? Because if A is equal to not A, then it's not A. It's a logical contradiction. Correct. Yeah, it wouldn't be equal to not A. Okay. So like that would be a contradiction, right? So that would be, right? So you would agree with the law of identity and the law of excluded middle. Okay. Or sorry, not the law of excluded middle. The law of identity and the law of non-contradiction. We could also do like the law of excluded middle. I want to get like the 3 laws of logic for you to like, sort of agree to those 3 as like premises. So like, do you believe it's the case that like, A can be, do you believe that like like a proposition, can be true and false at the same time? Like, do you believe that's possible? So like, for instance, if I say, it is both true and false that there is a tree outside in my backyard, right? Is it possible for that to be true and false? Because I would argue no, right? That would either have to be true or false. There can't both be a tree and not a tree in my backyard, right? There has to be one or the other. And if it's the case that you There were not contradictions in the older Bible? Well, no, because I already explained. But like, you agree that if something has a contradiction, right? If like something entails a contradiction, do you believe that like you would have to agree, if you agree with the laws of logic, right? You would have to agree that if something entails a contradiction, that it is necessarily not a true belief, right? Any belief that entails a contradiction is not true. Schrodinger's cat. Well, Schrodinger's cat just deals with like I don't know if I'd say probability. I guess it'd be like the knowledge you have, right? That would just be more like in terms of like the knowledge that you have, right? Like the physical reality of the matter denotes that it's either alive or dead. But in terms of your knowledge, right? You could argue in terms of your knowledge, it could be either alive or dead, right? So people oftentimes misunderstand that, right? Like the physical reality of the matter does not include a cat that is both dead and alive at the same time, right? It would just like describe your perspective. But your perspective is not the ultimate deciding factor as to what is or isn't the reality. Schrodinger's cat is a possibility? No. Like I said, like you could have like the perspective, right, of like not knowing whether or not the cat is alive or dead, right? Like, but that presupposes that we're dealing with the universe and the way that it exists from a certain perspective, right? Not the universe itself, which exists independent, right? So if it's the case that the universe exists independent of our consciousness, right? It would necessarily be the case that events occur independent of whether or not we observe them. And if it's the case that events occur independent of whether or not we observe them, it's going to be the case that the event of the cat either surviving or dying, it has to be one or the other, occurs before we observe it, right? It deals in possibility, I meant? Oh, okay. Sorry. Yeah, so we're like talking about like what are the possible outcomes, right? From my perspective, like based on the information available, what are the possible outcomes, right? Now, only one of the outcomes is true, but without knowing which outcome is true, either is a possibility. If a tree falls, does it make a noise? Yes. Bible got destroyed a long time ago. Yeah, but it's gonna be the case that like hold on. So like Trindamere, like you would agree that like if a belief entails contradictions, that's false. Like, do you concede that far at least? I'm not even getting to whether or not I'm not trying to get you to agree to the premise that the Bible has contradictions just yet. But, like, do you believe that if something do you believe if something entails a contradiction that it's false? Yes. Okay. All right. Okay, do you believe now if it's the case that true things don't have contradictions, right? And it's the case that you believe that your God is all powerful, right? I guess I'll go back to the explanation of why there would be a contradiction there, right? In order for something to be all powerful, it necessarily has to be able to do anything and everything. If it can't do something, no matter what that something is, then it is not all powerful, rather it is mostly powerful. Right? So for instance, if it's the case that God can make an ear of corn so long that he can't eat it the long way, then he's not all powerful because he can't eat it the long way. If he can't make an ear of corn so long that he can't eat it the long way, then he's not all powerful because he's not able to create something. No matter what, this contradicts his ability to be all powerful. In order to not have a false belief, you would therefore have to believe that he is mostly powerful rather than all powerful. God gives us free will. Oh, okay. That doesn't address the point that I'm making. Like, do you agree that, like, the concept of being all powerful is, like, logically coherent? Or do you at least concede that, like, yeah, that's like a logical contradiction? Like, you can't be all powerful, right? Because all powerful denotes that you're not able, or that there's nothing that you're not able to do, right? But I gave an example of something that God wouldn't be able to do, right? Where it's like, no matter what, God is not able to do something, no matter what, right? If he can't do it, right, then he's not able to do it, not all powerful. If he can create some, like an ear of corn so long that he can't eat the long way, right, then the logical conclusion is that he can't eat it the long way, and then therefore he's not all powerful. God can do that, though. Can do what? What specifically? If he can create the ear of corn so long that he can't eat it the long way, right, then he can do that, but then he can't eat it the long way. If he can eat it the long way, regardless, then that means that he wasn't able to create one so long that he couldn't eat it the long way in the first place, right? And then if he can't eat it the long way, then, well, he's not all powerful. Yes, he can create the corn thing. Okay, so if he's able to create a corn, like an ear of corn so long that he can't eat it, then he wouldn't be able to eat it, and would therefore not be all powerful. Right? So that would mean that he's not able to do everything. Right? If there is a circumstance in which he is not able to do something, that means that he's not all powerful. Can God make something that would kill him? Well, yeah, that would be another good question. If he can, that means he's killable and not all powerful, correct? If he can't, then he's not all powerful because he can't make it. Yep. I'm lost. I feel like this is like a fairly easy analogy to understand. Like, can God create a force that kills him no matter what once it's created? Meaning that once it's created, he can't do anything to stop it. Yes, it would imply that even higher beings have limitations, right? To be all-powerful with no limitations defies the laws of logic. And we already agreed to the premise, right? We already got Transmedicalism to agree to the premise that true things don't have contradictions, right? So I'm pointing out contradictions in his worldview. You're pleading to logical fallacies. God cannot logically contradict, not because he's not all powerful, but because we conform to him the way our world works? Huh? Okay, do you believe it's the case that true things can have contradictions? But he could make something like that in another world that works differently? Why can't he create it in our world? If it's the case that he can't create it in our world, then he's not all powerful. Because to be all powerful, he'd be able to do it in any world. If he can't do that, then he's not all powerful. If he can, right? If he can create an ear of corn so long he can't eat it the long way, then him not being able to eat it the long way would denote that he's not all powerful because he can't do something, right? He would just be mostly powerful, right? Now, if you want to say that your God is mostly powerful, then that wouldn't entail a contradiction in of itself, right? Like, you would have to at least agree that God has to conform to the laws of logic, right? But if God can supersede the laws of logic, then you do believe that true things can have contradictions, right? You would have to disagree with that premise. Do you disagree that true things don't have contradictions? Ever? Yeah, you could say he's almost all powerful. That wouldn't entail a contradiction. Yeah, I'm a little bit eepy. Let's see. But, same thing as asking if God cannot logically contradict. make a married bachelor, it doesn't make sense regarding the way we understand things? What? I'm asking if God is all-powerful or not, and whether or not true things can have contradictions. And what does a married bachelor have to do with it? Like, are you saying it's, like, logically possible to have a married bachelor? Or what? Like, if it's the case that, like, in order to be a bachelor, you must not be married, right? If that's, like, a necessary condition for being a bachelor, and you're married, right? You're currently married, then it's necessarily the case that you can't be a bachelor by that definition, right? If that is the strict necessary condition, right? Now, if it's just like a sufficient condition, right? But there are other conditions that could allow you to be a bachelor in like a social sense, right? Like you pretend not to have a wife, but you could be considered a bachelor at some event. But if you want to go that route, then that would be different. But we're talking about like a necessary condition, right? But again, if being a bachelor denotes the necessary condition of not being married, then a married bachelor would defy the laws of logic. So I don't see how your analogy has any bearing on any of the arguments I'm making. But I'm just like wondering, like, do you, like, I don't know, I like kind of asked you this multiple times, like, IDDJ, like, do you believe it's the case that true things can have contradictions? That's like a yes or a no question. So like, do they have contradictions, like in the yes sense, or like, do they not have contradictions, like in the no sense, right? Because it's either the case that they can or they can't, right? So they either can in the yes sense or they can't in the no sense, right? Look, I think that the argument that maybe you're trying to make is like, or maybe you're trying to like make the case that like the laws of logic like only apply to like physical reality or something like that. But then you would just like have to bite the bullet and say that like, true things can have contradictions, but only outside of physical reality, right? Maybe you could go that route, right? But you have to concede that, right? You can't just like dodge the question and expect me to take you seriously. You know what I mean? Because it seems like you would take the position that yes, something can be true and logically contradict itself, right? If like you have like a belief that like there's like a different like set of standards for a god or something outside of physical reality, right? But you'd have to acknowledge that first, and we could like argue about what that would entail, right? But I'd appreciate some like intellectual honesty, right? I don't believe in an almighty God, but I don't really agree with this line of reasoning. I don't think that the line of reasoning single-handedly disproves the existence of God even, but I do think that it forces people to bite bullets that they don't want to, right? Like it does, like logically speaking, it forces you to bite the bullet and say that true things can have contradictions, right? That's all I'm trying to get people to say, right? But then I would want somebody to explain how that, okay, like outside of the realm of physical existence, like how are the laws of logic broken? What does that entail, right? And I'd be interested in having a discussion about that. But I can only get there if people like agree to certain premises. Right? Now, perhaps it's like not like now I'd say like the average person, it's probably not the most like convincing argument. Mainly due to the fact that like it's like exclusively an appeal to logic, right? Like it doesn't appeal to like emotions at all, right? But again, like it's just like also hello Lord Pasta. But like again, right? Like if it's the case that you believe that true things cannot have contradictions, right? Then you cannot believe that your God is all powerful, right? Because in order to be all powerful, once again, you would have to have the ability, right? So like if God is all powerful, right? Like is he able to create an ear of corn so long that he can't eat it the long way, right? If the answer is no, he's not all powerful. If the answer is yes, then that means that he can't eat it and is therefore not all powerful, because that means that there's something he can't do, right? So either you have to say, okay, he's not all powerful, he's mostly powerful, or you have to say that you don't actually believe that in order for something to be true, that it has to adhere to the laws of logic, right? You believe that true things can have contradictions, right? And just say that. You know what I mean? I'm gonna hop off, see ya. Goodbye, Volpaxi. It's good to have you here. Yeah, I'm pretty eepy. Dude, I always talk like this when I'm eepy, I swear to God. It's like, yeah. I don't know. No, I haven't really, like, talked about this kind of stuff in a while. Because, like, normally, like, with, like, the YouTube short streams or whatever, I generally, like, restart stream in order to make it do better in the algorithm, and then I sort of that, but it's like I'm too tired, and I'm, like, more worried about, like, the correctness of my argument right now than I am about, like, the appealing to a wider audience. The Tasmanian devil could eat it the long way. Checkmate, liberal. True. Now, obviously, it's like a bit of a silly example, like eating corn the long way, but like the logic still stands, right? In my experience, most believers will say that God is maximally powerful, not all powerful. I guess if you're like debating, like, I don't know, philosophy nerds that believe in God, then yeah, they probably do specify that. The reason that I go down this line of argumentation isn't like I don't think it like disproves Christianity by any means. Like I don't think it's like I don't think it's like you hear the argument and then it's like, oh shit, God isn't real. It's just like, okay, you're like you're mischaracterizing what this would be, or like the logical implications. Like the idea behind it is literally just get to people to question things, right? Whether it be their own God, their own beliefs, etc. It is literally just to get people to think about stuff, right? It presumes that there is a hypothetical thing that God can't do. Eat the corn. This God is all powerful. This is a faulty premise to someone starting from the all powerful God viewpoint. No, it's not a. Wait, hold on. How would it be a faulty premise? I'm confused. If God is all powerful, meaning that there's nothing that he can't do, right? Then that would mean that he can create an ear of corn that he can't eat the long way because it's too long for him, right? If he can't do that, then he's also not all powerful, right? It's not like, can there be an ear of corn so long that God can't eat it the long way, right? That would be a faulty premise, right? That would be a faulty premise because it would presume that, like, there's something that he can't do, right? But if it's the case that he can create like an ear of corn so long that he can't eat it the long way, then it's necessarily the case that he can't eat it the long way and therefore is not all powerful because that's something he can't do. If it's the case that he can't create the ear of corn so long that he can't eat it the long way, then that's also something that he can't do. No matter what, and the conclusion is no matter what, there is something that he can't do, right? So like if it was just like so if I only included one of those premises, right, then yeah, it would be an incomplete argument. But I included both premises for a reason, right? You can't just like say, well, premise one doesn't necessitate the conclusion. It's like, well, yeah, there's two premises. You have to account for both of them and see if the conclusion deductively follows, right? And it would. The conclusion deductively follows from both of the premises, right? You would definitely agree with that, right? Like it deductively follows, right? And both of the premises are correct, right? Because they're literally just if-then statements, right? Like premise 1, right? I guess you could say that like both of the premises are like intermediate conclusions if you really want to break it down, right? So like both of the premises would be intermediate conclusions if you really want to break it down, right? Like the premise would be if God can create an ear of corn so long he can't eat it the long way, then he's not all powerful, because he can't eat the ear of corn the long way, right? That would be the premise 1, intermediate conclusion 1, right? Which would be one of the premises used for the final conclusion, right? And then another premise would be if he can't create an ear of corn so long that he is unable to eat it the long way, right? Then he's not all powerful because he can't create something, right? So like the second premise that leads to another intermediate conclusion, right? Then you take the two intermediate conclusions, right? Which you would obviously agree to, and figure out that, yeah, like the conclusion deductively follows from that. So I think I did a fairly good job at making it irrefutable. Yeah, Femi does ASMR propositional logic. I'm too weepy to track. Dude, I did this shit as a troll. There's like this, okay, there's this like one guy, that I like trolled a little bit, okay? I think his channel is called Bloodspeth. He's very easy to troll. I figured it out right away because he's an Cheeto fan. And Cheeto fans generally aren't that bright. I'm gonna have to scroll way down because I didn't even find out about this until like way after he posted it, I think. So here's where I found it. I just scrolled down to when he posted saying that I need to stay away from his channel or whatever. Because I think his video like showed up on my recommended or whatever. It was like a video about Lily Tino, and I'm like, yeah, I think I like briefly gave my take. And he screenshot it, and he's like, dude, stay away from my channel. I can't believe you said that a Cheeto deserves to die in a fire or whatever fucking rage bait he was mad about. Trying to find it. How old is this? This is a while ago. I thought it was more recent, but I guess like maybe I'm thinking of like when I saw it for the first time versus when he actually like posted it. Oh, here it is. I found it. Okay, so it's 8 months ago. So I must have commented on his Lily Tino video at some point, right? I think it was just like a comment and a reply on that video. I'd never heard of this guy before, right? One of them is like, Lily Tino's obviously been cringe. I distinctly remember her describing bottom surgery as, I assume I'm talking about like the marshmallow wand, marshmallow tunnel meme. So this is 8 months ago. Dear Femyoz, if you see this, please stay far away from me and my channel. I don't know if I ever read this on stream, by the way. Okay. Let's see here. All right, we've got let's see here. Just to clear some confusion for everyone, Femyoz is a creator that I heavily despise, not because she's trans. First of all, she's a bully, plain and simple. And I'm not talking about her anti-transphobe videos. I mean the times where she sent death threats to people she doesn't like, and the time she commented on a video made a fellow YouTuber by the name of Cheeto, who I do like, saying that he deserved to be burned from the fire accident he was in. All in all, this is not a person I want to be associated with, hence this post. So that was 8 months ago, and then a month ago I'm like, this has to be one of the funniest things I've ever read. I think he like conceded. Oh, he conceded. He's like, ha, yeah, bro, that's pretty embarrassing on my part, man. Glad you called it out, dude. From one guy to another, I apologize. We start as boys and turn into men. And along the way, make mistakes, keep pushing, brother. I'm like, yeah, no hard feelings, man. Just found this and thought it was a little funny, XD. But, let's just say he, I don't think he learned how to, like, not fall for rage bait. Because, he fell for rage bait again. So let's see here.
Get there, but still,
Okay. Oh my god, that's fucking loud as shit. Dude, he talks very slowly. I think he might have psychomotor retardation or something, right? So here's what he says at 11:35 in the video, okay? All right, this is 6 days ago. All right.
she's not double my age yet. I don't know if she'll make it there, but still, I've had jobs. I have a job.
Let's replay that. By the way, that's at 1.25 times speed. He just speaks very slowly. Let's replay that real quick.
She's not double my age yet. I don't know if she'll make it there.
She's not double my age yet. She'll make it there. I don't know if she'll make it there. Okay? So here's what I said. Just because I just thought it was a little bit entertaining. So I said, at 11:35, if you're already more than half her age, then her becoming twice her age in the future is a mathematical impossibility. Right? And then he said, you're stupid, my man. So then I responded with this shit. Hold on, I gotta zoom out. So I said, if one person, A, is born in 1985 and another person, B, is born in 2005, then their difference in age, D, is 20. If A equals 2B, then B equals D. And if A is greater than 2B, then B is less than D. If A is less than 2B, then B is greater than D. In this example, when A equals 2B, B equals 20, and A equals 40. When A is greater than 2B, B is less than 20, and A is less than 40. When A is less than 2B, B is greater than 20, and A is greater than 40. Therefore, once A is greater than 2B, A cannot be greater than or equal to 2B. Conclusion. If you are already more than half of Tophia's age, then it is mathematically impossible for you to become less than or equal to half her age in the future. Hope this helps simplify things for you. And then he said, Femyoz, if you used a single brain cell, you'd realize that I meant she won't make it to double my current age, not in the future. I shouldn't have expected you to understand, though. So I responded by saying, so your proposition fundamentally relies on the arbitrarily implied and factually incorrect presupposition that the passage of time applies to Tophia Chu and not you. That is literally impossible unless you are traveling at the speed of light for greater than or equal to the number of years that you are older than half of Tophia's age. Unless your standard of knowledge is 100% certainty, which would be an epistemological disaster in defining knowledge, then you ought to have the knowledge that you will not travel at the speed of light to become less than or equal to half of Tophia's age, thus negating your claim about having any relevant levels of uncertainty on the matter. And then he said, Dog, I just said she wouldn't make it to double my current age. If you're trying to be funny, it's really embarrassing, my man. So then I replied by saying, no, you said that she wouldn't make it to double your age, not double your current age. Those are two very different claims. You clearly don't understand my position. To clarify, here is my argument written in standard logical format. So then I defined the terms, okay? P is that your proposition is valid. A is that the passage of time applies to Tophia Chu and not you. All right, I is that A is an arbitrary and factually incorrect presupposition. L is that you are traveling at the speed of light for greater than or equal to the number of years that you are older than half of Tophia's age. C is that your standard of knowledge is 100% certainty. K is that you ought to have the knowledge that you will not be able to travel at the speed of light to become less than or equal to half of Tophia's age. And then not you equals you do not have the relevant levels of uncertainty on the matter, right? So premise one is that I hope I'm describing this correctly. I had ChatGPT translate it to standard logical format. Because, yeah. So premise one is that P implies A. Premise two is that A implies I. Premise three is that I implies not L. Premise four is that not C implies K. Premise five is that K implies not U. And premise six is that not U implies not P. And the conclusion is not P. And I asked, which of the 6 premises stated above do you disagree with? If none, explain why you believe the conclusion doesn't logically follow. And then he said, grown adult man, by the way. Cope and then that was a day ago, right? And I don't think I responded. So then he said, cope and see a little harder, my man. Dude, grown adult man. I thought you didn't care I was trans. Dude, trans ally Bloodspeth calling me a man. Dude, I don't know. It's kind of fucked up. Dude, this is so good. Google Gemini is way better than ChatGPT. Yeah, I don't know if it did it correctly. I have no idea. I don't know if this is like a solid argument or not. But I have no idea if it's written properly or if it's formatted correctly. I have no clue. Dude, fucking writing it I wrote it in standard logical format. Algebra maxing at 2 a.m. was on my bingo card tonight. Dude, this was on the, I think I did this between streams when I was doing the 16-hour stream. You know, I was on Adderall. You know, I was taking a little bit extra Adderall because like 16 hours of like streaming, right? But I took a break between streams because I was streaming for 16 hours that day, or was it 17 hours? Something like that. And yeah, I saw that he had like, I think I had left this before. I don't know. This is where that came from. Dude. I'm proud of this one. This one's good. All right, this is a great bait. And you just know dude, honestly, okay, something I wish I did that I didn't think of is, honestly, what I should have done is I should have reversed some of the greater than and less than signs in the first reply and see if he notices. And then obviously, on the off chance that he does, I could just like edit it and be like, what are you talking about? Like, are you schizophrenic? And then obviously if he doesn't, it's like, so you agree that like, if, and then like something that's wrong, and explain why he's an idiot for believing that. I always opt to refer to all AI assistants as Jarvis before I start giving them prompts. Yeah. Look, I wasn't gonna like figure out on my own how to write something in standard logical format. So I'm like, yeah, fuck that. I'm just gonna have ChatGPT do it. Like, it's just like a stupid bit. It's not like he's gonna know the difference. Like, he doesn't know what any of this shit means. He doesn't know what the fuck this is. Dude, this is I stole this tactic from YouTuber Bunk Politics from the Mr. Sen debate. Except she had fucking like an actual like someone who actually like understands how to write something in standard logical format, write it. And then she showed like a really like complicated fucking logic tree, which was even more difficult to understand. Text is a bit too small, but the ChatGPT argument seemed sus to me. So the term, okay, so the first two terms would be P, which is your proposition is valid, right? And then A would be the passage of time applies to Tofia Chu and not you. Wait, yeah, this is, I think it literally just took my, my paragraph and just like forced it into this format because like, I don't think that P would imply A. Like, no, or like, at least I wouldn't put that as premise one. Like, you would have to establish something else first. Like, that you would not want that to be the first premise. That is like, you could have it be like an intermediate conclusion, maybe. But that, yeah, having that as the first one. But it's not like he's gonna know the fucking difference, right? But yeah. And then A implies I. A is an arbitrary and factually incorrect presupposition. Yeah, this is like not like this is not actually a coherent argument. This is a really bad argument if it's written this way. It's better just written as the paragraph. Right? But I'd have to change a lot of things to write it in this format and have it make sense, I think. Actually, I'm not entirely sure because like I'm not I'm not too familiar with this format, so maybe it works. I don't know. I'm like a fucking idiot, all right? I don't know this shit. All right, I've never taken a class on logic, right? I just like know stuff from like talking to people on Discord. Because people be autistic. Yeah, it just looks like gibberish to me. It is gibberish. It's absolutely gibberish, and I don't care. It's hilarious. Dude, he could have just like been like, I disagree with premise 1. Like, what? How does P imply A? Dude, he would easily win this debate if he knew what he was doing. Like, P obviously doesn't imply A, right? How is A the logical conclusion to P? That doesn't make any sense. That's like, it's very strange. Neither have I. XD? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to ask someone who actually knows this shit. I don't know. ChatGPT might be right. Like, but like the arrow would mean that like this implies this, right? In order for something to apply it, it would have to be a logical result of the premise, right? Isn't that like the point? I don't know. There's some good YouTube playlists that can teach you logic. Dude, am I gonna learn propositional logic specifically in standard logical format just so I can like do this fucking bit? Like the thing is I could, but like nobody's gonna notice the difference. That's the thing. I can just do this and no one will know the difference. And it's like way easier. This I did all by myself. I didn't need ChatGPT for this. This is like easy math. This is like some piss easy shit. Right? He's probably not smart enough to understand this either. This probably looks like gibberish to him. This isn't even algebra though, or is it? No, it's just like a word problem, right? Somebody is born in 1985 versus 2005. Their age difference is going to be 20, right? A equals 2b. Then b is going to necessarily be equal to d. Yeah, that's like obviously the case. If a is greater than 2b, right, then b is less than d. Yep, that makes sense. I had to think about it a little bit, but like not really. Back in 21 or 22, I had a friend on Discord who sent me an entire logic textbook PDF. Yo, could you send me that? I miss bunk streams. Yeah, dude, all the best streamers don't be active streamers, man. It sucks. Dude, someone tell Bloodspeth that like I think all of the premises are wrong. I don't think that any of the premises are right. I don't think this is how that works. I don't think this is how logic works. Wait, hold on. Let me read the other ones, right? So for I implies not L, so I would be an arbitrary. Oh, A is an arbitrary and factually incorrect presupposition. And so passage of time applying to Tofichu, not you, is an arbitrary and factually incorrect presupposition. And then you are traveling at the speed of light for greater than or equal to the number of years. No, that would not logically follow. Not L would not follow from that. Right? It could be the case that it's like an arbitrary and factually incorrect presupposition while you also are traveling the speed of light for greater than or equal to the number of years that you are older than half the Tofichu's age. There's not like a contradiction there, so that would not deductively follow. Yep, so I implies not L would be wrong. Hold on, wait. If I'm doing this correctly, yeah, no, it's like a completely invalid argument. It doesn't even make any sense. That's the funniest part. For not C implies K, so C would be your standard of knowledge. Is 100% certainty. Okay, so not having 100% certainty, and then K, you ought to have the knowledge that you will not travel at the speed of light to become less than or equal to half of Tofichu's age. Oh wait, no, it's oh yeah, not C implies K. That's like almost an argument. That's like that. I guess that like almost follows. It's like close enough. But like you could have like a No, that wouldn't logically follow, because you could have like a standard of knowledge of like 99.9999999% certainty, right? And as a result of that, you think that there's like a greater than or equal to 0.0001% chance that like that you will travel at the speed of light. I guess like if you wanted to like make the like an inductive argument, like this could work inductively maybe, but it definitely wouldn't deductively follow. I don't know if you need to make a deductive argument though. I don't know. I don't know if you can. I mean, I guess you could write something in standard logical format for like an inductive argument, right? Like I don't see why you couldn't. So I guess inductively it works. Right? You just induct from the evidence, I think, of like, yeah, it seems to be the case that like, unless you believe that like literally anything is possible, that like there's just like something that you should know is going to happen, unless you don't really know anything, right? It wouldn't be a strong argument, but like, and then not you implies, oh wait, sorry, K implies not you. So you ought to have the knowledge. You'll not travel at the speed of light to become less than or equal to half the Trophius age. And not you is you do not have relevant levels of uncertainty on the matter. I have levels of uncertainty on the matter. What do you mean relevant? I think if you replace the term relevant with sufficient, like you need like a sufficient level of uncertainty on the matter in order to believe that like this could be the case, maybe? Or like, I don't know. And then, let's see, and then not you implies not P. So that would be, you do not have relevant levels of uncertainty on the matter, and then not P. I just don't think that would follow, because that would rely on the other arguments being valid, which, like, no, none of the arguments are cogent. Except for, like, maybe one or two. Okay, sorry, I'm like... Alright, I'm gonna go to, like, bed or something, because, like... But yeah, bunk goes by she, her, yeah. That's true. Okay. Anyways, love y'all. I could have restarted stream, but instead I did a 4-hour stream. Oh yeah. That's right. Because... I don't always need to appease the algorithm, right? Yeah. At least that's what I think. Alright. Love y'all. Bye. Shit died so hard. Oh my god. Dude. With the shorts algorithm, you gotta like... You know? Yeah. I think you get the point. Bye, y'all. Take care. Peace. Maybe